The state's criminal act of obstruction of justice via fictitious prosecution. The people of the state of California versus Erica Lorraine Spencer. Case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. The fictitious prosecution is a cooperative criminal act of obstruction of justice by the entity that is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, which includes the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, the San Bernardino County Public Defender's Office, the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, the San Bernardino County Probation Department, and the people of the state of California. The fictitious prosecution is the entity's method of kidnapping, and defamation facilitates the state's criminal objective to ultimately kidnap inside of a mental facility, hence criminal defamation, which the court accomplishes via despicable abuse of Penal Code Section 1370 for purposes of artificially engineering a case of mental incompetence, as federal group stalking and monitoring remains ceaselessly underway while I remain kidnapped by the entity, all of which is in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2261A, subsection 1 and subsection 2. It's in violation of federal law also with regard to 34 U.S.C. Section 30301, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It is also in violation of Title 15, the California Code of Regulations, which are statutes that govern the facilities of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, which is the jails. And so while I'm kidnapped, the entity that is monitoring are not only in violation of Title 18, engaging in group stalking while I'm kidnapped. You're talking about the intersecting federal statutes, which also apply while I remain kidnapped and subject to that criminal activity by the entity. All right, so the entity engages in a documented pattern of kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice while federal stalking remains ceaselessly underway, and fictitious authority under the law is thereby exercised by the state that is criminally monitoring. The dates of kidnapping by the entity which I suffered include January 13th, 2020 to January 28, 2020. And this was the initial kidnapping and the initiation of what was this fictitious prosecution. And that was a kidnapping, as I have referred to it, by Jason Knighton of the Ontario Police Department, officer number 80509, and Lester Keys. I then was subject to what was an entirely fictitious prosecution. And at the outset, the intent was to kidnap in a mental ward. And so this is why I'm released on January 28th. And I am kidnapped on February 18, 2020 by Lisa Rogan at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. And I am subject to kidnapping from February 18th until April 22nd, 2020. I am kidnapped again on September 25th, 2020 by the Ontario Police Department, and I remain kidnapped until December 4th, 2020. I am kidnapped again by the Ontario Police Department on June 18, 2021, and I remain kidnapped until August 16, 2021. This is the state's pattern of conduct. All right, this is Erica Lorraine Spencer. This is ongoing documentation of the state of California engaged in the targeting system, which is monitoring with communication devices. This is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring with communication devices in concert with the people of the state of California, as I am documenting it. This is the state where I am subject to monitoring, but this is that which is a criminal monitoring system operated by the government and the state of California, my documentation, and the federal policy to be created and enforced. And that which is, it is also in violation of existing federal policy. This is nothing but a template as to what the government is doing at any other location, meaning any other state. This is how a government is monitoring American citizens, in other words. Pursuant to that documentation, I'm focusing on the kidnapping that I was subject to, specifically by the Ontario Police Department on January 13, 2020, by Ontario Police Officer Jason Knighton, officer number 80509, acting with Lester Keys. And that initiated what was, and again, that kidnapping is pursuant to what was engagement in the pattern of conduct of group stalking by the police. As I am documenting their criminal conduct, I am kidnapped. All right. So they're engaged in the P.O.C. and I'm kidnapped while I am subject to that monitoring conduct. And this kidnapping is followed by what is the fictitious prosecution, and it is that which I have documented by all the actors engaged. This is the government that is engaged in what is criminal obstruction of justice, as it is seeking to conceal the fact and insulate itself from prosecution and exposure for operating that criminal system that I am documenting, which is federal group stalking and monitoring with communication devices. This is why a public entity engages in false allegations, engages in kidnapping, which that is exactly what it is. It is a criminal seizure of your person without any consent, without any consent, without any warrant, without any legal cause whatsoever. Again, where the public entity is monitoring you, where a government is monitoring you, there is no probable cause, there is no reasonable suspicion, and there certainly is no violation of the law where you are documenting what is criminal conduct by a government. This is exactly what I have documented, what the state has been engaged in, and it is specifically referred to under that which I have designed to enforce against the state of California, which is SIIS federal legislation, systematic infliction of inhumane suffering, which is designed to address such criminal tactics, the malicious operation of the entirety of that system that is in operation seeking to conceal, not only to continue monitoring, which monitoring does not ever stop from the moment of being kidnapped to being transported to the sheriff's department where you remain kidnapped inside of a jail, to being transported to any court where you're subject to a fictitious prosecution. You are monitored the entire time. Monitoring does not stop. This is documentation and exposure of every working piece of that criminal puzzle, all the working parts, as you are subject to ceaseless monitoring as they are engaged in what is the operation of the criminal justice system for what is the criminal acts of the officers of the court, of the police department, of the sheriff's department, of the district attorney's office. This is documentation of all of those working pieces together. And I am focusing on what is specifically the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. It is through the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department where I remain subject to kidnapping. I am kept kidnapped inside of the jails within San Bernardino County, and so I am on camera inside of these venues. That is another mode of documentation. I am using when I am, by the way, released from the cell in direct violation of Title 15, which the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department in these jail facilities are subject to federal law. Under Title 15 specifically, and they're engaged in not only federal group stalking and monitoring, but keeping me inside of the jail cell such that I am not even released as I'm supposed to be on a daily basis for what is referred to as tier time or rec time. It's just time outside of your cell. This is also captured and documented on the cameras inside of the venue where I was routinely denied that which you are entitled to as one who is remaining as an inmate. And not only is that which does not cease to exist, I'm not even there legally. I am there being kidnapped, and they are keeping me kidnapped and denying me the right to even exit the cell for purposes of, accessing the kiosk, or if I wanted to access the showers, or just escape that cell in general. All right. Just to sit at the benches. This is the routine denial, and understand that is for purposes of criminal obstruction of justice. As I began using and referencing the cameras, such as holding up signs and signaling where they are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring, as that was occurring on a ceaseless basis, keeping me inside of the cell was a means of, that is a means, by the way, of intentional infliction. That's a form of torture while you are monitoring. Understand everything that the state is engaged in is subject to legal analysis while you are monitoring, all right? While I am being subject to monitoring, while that entity acting directly via the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they represent the state, they are engaged in that, and their conduct is in direct violation of existing federal law that they are subject to, Title 15, all right? And they are engaged in routine violation of Title 15, okay? And so this is focused on the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And again, this entire property, this is monitoring, as I have shown, where I am located, where the targeted individual is located, nothing but Federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. Everyone that is seen is engaged in group stalking. They are intentionally present and they are monitoring systematically. And this is on a ceaseless basis. And by the way, in addition to that, all of the hallmarks are also present while I'm inside of this venue remaining kidnapped, meaning the state is amplifying the sound of plane and helicopters while I remain kidnapped inside of these venues. And I'm speaking specifically about West Valley Detention Center in Rancho Cucamonga, the Central Detention Center in San Bernardino, California, and the GLEN HELEN Rehabilitation Center in San Bernardino, or GLEN HELEN, California. I refer to it as San Bernardino, California. So the state is engaged in that same method of activity creation, amplifying the sound of planes and helicopters while I am kidnapped inside of the jail. The state is monitoring. The state is stalking via aircraft still. The state is creating audible activity by amplification of all manner of noise, which the inmates, which represent the people of the state of California, who are monitoring with the state inside of this venue. This is what is so incredible about what I was subject to and how the elements and the ongoing engagement in those elements together. The state is acting directly and vicariously inside of this venue as I am kept kidnapped and subject to what is an entirely fictitious prosecution. And so the deputies and the medical workers, they represent the state acting directly, engaged in kidnapping, engaged in criminal defamation at that point where the state began targeting me and literally just plucking me out of general population and plucking me into the ward. All right. And this is just a random, they just engaged in literally just transferring me from one place to another. Okay. In the same way that they literally just plucked me off the street and put me in jail. That is literally the criminal conduct that the entity engaged in. And by the way, when you're engaged in monitoring, when you're engaged in kidnapping, when you are engaged in that sort of criminal conduct, and criminal obstruction of justice is designed to conceal the fact that you're engaged in that. This is how the state is doing it. This is what I am showing. This is the significance of that documentation. And again, my presence everywhere inside of that venue is on camera. All right. So it is not a mystery where I am, even in their, by the state's efforts to try to conceal that. I have documented and maintained record of where I was located, when I was transferred. And again, my creation of federal policy to prosecute a public entity such as California and acting through the people of the state of California that have been engaged in criminal monitoring for years. All right. And then engaging in what is kidnapping, criminal defamation, and sexual assault and battery, all of these crimes that are engaged in by the state, facilitated by a government, all right, and fully engaged in by the people of the state, fully engaged in that pattern of conduct. All the entity directly and vicariously are equally invested in perpetrating that crime and concealing the fact that they are engaged in that crime, okay? And so with regard to the documentation, I want to be clear where kidnapping, again, is within the fact pattern. The targeted individual's direct testimony shall be sufficient. And this is based on the reality where the targeted individual is subject to kidnapping. And this is the seizure of your person. This is the seizure of your documentation, which the entity is exercising control over for an indefinite amount of time. And so this is what has informed what should be and what shall be that policy. So not only have I maintained documentation, it shall be federal policy, and it's absolutely necessary that where you are establishing that pattern of conduct and the target individual has suffered being kidnapped by that public entity that is monitoring, direct testimony apart from independently corroborating documentation that is otherwise required is sufficient. And that is because the government has engaged in that level of criminal conduct and threatening the life such that they are seizing their liberty and fully intending to seize that liberty for an indefinite amount of time. You do not engage in creating a criminal case in court and then throwing one into a mental ward where there is literally no case whatsoever. You engage in that sort of criminal conduct where you have every intention to maintain that person inside of that confined state for an indefinite amount of time. All right. There is no reasonable grounds whatsoever to assume that the entity that is monitoring has any has any intentions whatsoever to ever release the target individual from a mental ward or from being confined in jail or in prison or whatever means of confining that target individual. And so the state's criminal conduct has directly informed that policy, which is absolutely necessary. But again, I not only have the documentation that I unilaterally maintained, but also the documentation that is on the cameras inside of the venues, in addition to what I am fully capable of testifying to as to what the state was engaged in and is engaged in, and how it is directly aligned to understand the state is engaged in the exact same pattern of conduct, the exact same hallmarks, while I am outside of jail, engaging in amplification of audible activity, all right, engaging in the same corporate invasion of privacy while they are stalking with activity and stalking with light. The state was doing the exact same thing while I was kidnapped inside of the jails. This is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, engaged in kidnapping, and engaged in criminal defamation, as they are seeking to do nothing other than conceal the fact that they are operating that criminal monitoring system. Okay, and so to that end, I want to speak to the identification of the specific deputies, medical workers, and or inmates as I encountered them. But again, the entirety of the venue, this is monitoring that the entirety of the jail, understand the people of the state of California in relevant position to the jail, literally driving outside, maintaining. It is very, very intense monitoring that the entity is engaged in. And this is not isolating it to the cell or the unit that I was kidnapped in. The unit surrounding the unit that I was inside of, they're engaged in the criminal elements of monitoring. They are monitoring outside of my cell. They're outside of that unit. They are monitoring outside of the building. The state is engaged in all manner of taking every criminal measure to ensure the fact that I maintained, that I was surrounded at all times, and in doing so, and I mean, as I have shown, the behavioral pattern is absolutely that of a psychopath, and this is exactly what they were engaged in while I was kidnapped by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Ontario Police initiating that kidnapping act, and by the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, fully engaged in kidnapping as well, okay? And so, like I said, I have identified them by name for purposes of exposure, for purposes of specifically identifying the state as specifically as I can. But again, it is one entity that is monitoring. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department represents the state that is acting directly engaged in these federal crimes. And the people of the state of California, any inmate that I identify, representing what is the same group, the people of the state of California that are vicariously acting with that entity to monitor inside of what is a state facilitating venue, and that is as I remained inside of Central Detention Center, HELEN Rehabilitation Center, and West Valley Detention Center. Okay, so to be specific, I will state that, again, on January 13th, 2020, when the Ontario police officers Lester Keys and Jason Knighton, again, officer number 80509, engaged in kidnapping me, that is not the first time that the Ontario Police Department kidnapped me, okay? I've been kidnapped on more than one occasion, specifically by the Ontario Police Department. Understand, even with that, Ontario police represent the state that are providing a template of what the police in general are practicing. This is a monitoring system that California is engaged in. So as I have stated before, if I were to go to San Francisco, somewhere in Northern California where I have never been, the same exact elements would be maintained by a different police department, by a different, if I were kidnapped by a different sheriff's department, the people of the state of California, different names, different identities, okay, engaging in the same criminal conduct. This is what the state of California is practicing, okay? So let me be clear, Ontario police specifically identified, engaged in egregious criminal conduct, all right? They are perverts, they are psychopaths in police uniforms, they are engaged in corporate invasion of privacy, sexual assault and battery on more than one level, especially as it is pursuant to monitoring, and the traditional form of sexual assault, literally the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department ripping off my clothes as they are throwing me into cells outside of the normal procedure, handcuffing me, placing me on my knees in order to engage in what is criminal defamation, placing me inside of a mental ward uniform in order to engage in placing me back into the mental ward after I was illegally arrested pursuant to a fictitious prosecution, which the Ontario police cited that they had a warrant in, which did not exist because it's a fake case, okay? This is the documentation of that actor, Ontario Police, representing what the police in general are engaged in. Understand that. This is what federal policy is designed to prosecute on a general basis. It will be prosecuted against the state of California, all right, and every actor, but understand that this is designed to prosecute any government that is monitoring an American citizen. And it also serves to inform whatever other basis that it should be applied or can be applied on a greater basis, because you are looking at what are criminal elements: light, activity, and relevant positioning. This is that which is applicable to any circumstance, anywhere that you go, all right? And as I have stated before, I have traveled outside of the country. I have traveled outside of the state. I was being monitored the entire time. The state did not take a pause, and it is not reasonable to suggest that it did. And I was being monitored, okay? When I'm in Europe, I'm outside of the bounds of the United States, and I was being monitored, okay? So this is that which is applicable. It is that which is informing as to how a government acts, and you are looking at what is not ordinary criminal conduct, the malice with which that government acts, and it is all premised upon that which does not apply. Right? A presumption of legitimacy. The government has no presumption of legitimacy where you are showing that a criminal pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring is present. And this is how a government is able to get away with placing targeted individuals inside of a mental ward or inside of jail or prison, because they are based on the identity of the actor, that is the government, standing on, benefiting from, in other words, while they are engaged in unprecedented criminal conduct, targeting American citizens, a presumption of legitimacy. In other words, because it is the government, you're assuming that they are engaging in the respect for the Constitution and abiding by the rights of an American citizen, and this is not so. What the documentation shows and what literally the entity has demonstrated itself. I mean, it's monitoring someone who is fully displaying their criminal conduct, and they are demonstrating moment by moment how they are in absolute disregard for any sort of constitutional rights and human rights, all right? And this is that which I don't have to speak. All I have to do is hold up my phone, and you can hear the pattern of conduct underway. You can see the pattern of conduct underway. The government itself is responsible for demonstrating the fact that it has no basis of legitimacy upon a targeted individuals or plaintiffs presenting what is a pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, which shall be established by independently corroborated documentation. You establish that pattern of conduct, there is no presumption of legitimacy. So just because the government or a court or a lawyer says it so does not make it so, because I have demonstrated how it is entirely malicious conduct that is engaged in a court of law by the jail system, by the police. And it is a matter of public corruption, and that is the absolute removal of any presumption of legitimacy by that entity. And it is absolutely crucial and necessary where the government is engaged in criminal conduct. All right. And so with regard to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, I want to speak to the initial date. Again, not the first time I've been kidnapped. I am focused on the fictitious prosecution case number MWV 200000640 at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. This is, again, in the state of California, and this is initiated on January 13, 2020, where I'm initially kidnapped by Jason Knighton and Lester Keys. All right, so I am kidnapped on January 13, 2020, and again, P.O.C. is underway. Not only are they creating light activity, I capture an image right where I'm standing of the state flying over the 7-Eleven where I'm located, where the police are present, creating light activity, engaged in no investigation. There's nothing going on. They are merely stalking in the path, creating light activity as they do on a daily basis, as I had already been in the process of systematically documenting and engaged in documenting them as well, which is in no violation of any law. And even if Jason Knighton were engaged in an investigation, understand the targeted individual is not breaking any law. Nothing shall obstruct the targeted individual's ability to document a government that is monitoring them. The government is the one that is in the wrong. The government is the one that shall be documented and prosecuted. and prosecuted for every criminal tactic, which is an act of criminal obstruction of justice, to try to divert that ability to do so, which is what kidnapping is. And so this is all documentation of that criminal conduct. So kidnapped on January 13th, I'm immediately taken to West Valley Detention Center. I want to be clear, from January 13th, 2020 to January 22nd, 2020, I remain at West Valley Detention Center inside of Unit 10C, C as in Charlie, general population. All right. And again, this facility is armed with cameras. So this is seen on camera where I remain inside of specifically cell 5 inside of Unit C. Unit 10C inside of cell 5. I remain inside of Unit 10C from January 13, 2020 to January 22nd, 2020. On the 22nd, I am transferred to the Central Detention Center. And I remain at the Central Detention Center inside of what is Cell 2W3. So inside of Central Detention Center, I refer to it as CDC. I remain from January 22nd, 2020 to January 28th, 2020. And inside of this facility, there is a second floor. So I'm not on the first floor. You go up the stairs and it's a second level that I am on. And as I documented it, it is Cell 2W3, and that's where I remained, and this is from, again, the 22nd to the 28th of January in the year 2020, and this facility as well includes cameras where the P.O.C. is underway. Obviously, I am there, which is speaking to the ongoing pattern of conduct, but also the conduct which where the state is monitoring. You are looking at that which they are engaged in, they meaning the state and the people of the state, the inmates, everything that they are doing, every place that they remain, everything that you are looking at is pursuant to ongoing real-time knowledge to what I'm doing, all right, as I do it, while amplification of activity is ongoing, while ongoing light activity is maintained, all right, while the state is stalking by plane and helicopter, which it is amplifying inside of the cells, all right. So this is in all manner P.O.C., and that's why I remained at CDC. On the 28th of January, again, I am released from being kidnapped, and I am placed on probation in what is a fictitious case. The San Bernardino County Probation Department documented and identifying specific actors, but again, that is the entirety of that actor. The San Bernardino County Probation Department, period, that office, that department, is engaged in the fictitious prosecution, engaged in the criminal act perpetrated against me, representing the state. They represent law enforcement. They are fully engaged in the pattern of conduct, okay? And so that is January 28th. I do return to court for what is supposed to be a trial in a fictitious prosecution that I am fully aware of the fact that it is not a real case. I am cooperating with the government that is posing a direct threat to my life, physical safety, overall well-being, and I am also documenting it, okay? When I am in court, subject to these fake cases, where the state is printing out minute orders of these fake cases, where the state is making up hearings that did not occur, making up hearings and names before judges that I did not appear before, such as David Williams, never appeared before him, but he is engaged in P.O.C. By virtue of the fact that the state is naming this state actor, it's a judge, as they are publishing, which is, understand, criminal defamation, while they're engaged in proof, direct evidence of that fictitious prosecution as they published it on the internet, and I took screenshots of all of it. And that is published online in the documentation, okay? This is February 18th, where I report to the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, monitoring the entire way. As I leave from the third-party residence Woodside Senior Apartments, as I get a ride from third-party Tracy Banks and or riding the bus of third-party Omnitrans, understand, monitoring is continuous. I remain subject to this criminal system. I am being subject to this criminal system at what is the venue of the court, by officers of the court, by the law enforcement of the probation department, of the officers of the court, the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, making up a fake name. F. Ramos does not exist. This is the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office engaged in the criminal system. And this is how those all those pieces work together. This is the entirety of that court justice system engaged in a criminal act against an American citizen, and because they are all monitoring, they're all engaged in the pattern of conduct of monitoring. They're all engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct of seeking to conceal the fact that they are monitoring and facilitating that by the people of the state of California. And this is that which is criminal conduct in the venue of the court. Using the court, using their positions to engage in that criminal conduct, all right? So February 18th, I am kidnapped, all right? There is no trial before Lisa Rogan inside of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Understand all of the attorneys, the police that are present, the third parties who are filling the courthouse, not just that courtroom, not just the floor of that court that I was on. They are filling the courthouse. All right. They are in the parking lot. They are surrounding this venue. This is P.O.C. All right, this is where I am at, and this is where the state is monitoring. The state is present by planes and helicopters. The state is sounding its sirens and acting with third parties who are creating light activity outside of the courthouse. And the state is present with its fake sun and aiming directed light inside of the courthouse. All of the hallmarks are present. I am being monitored, and then I go inside of the court, reporting for what is to be a trial in a fictitious prosecution, and Lisa Rogan engages in kidnapping, facilitation of kidnapping, on February 18th, the moment that I walk inside of that courtroom, engaging in criminal defamation, citing the fact not citing the fact, but it is a fact that what she recited in that courtroom, where there is no privilege, there is no qualified privilege whatsoever, because she's engaging in a criminal act, first of all, and she is engaging in what is not even a real, genuine prosecution. So what she says is flat out defamation, but it is not ordinary defamation. This is criminal defamation, where the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, and she is creating audible activity as she recites the fact that she's taking me into custody, ordering me into custody because I would not submit to commitment outside of custody. All right, that's criminal defamation. All right, and this is pursuant to PC 148A1. This is a false allegation, first of all, of what is obstruction of justice, failing to submit to being arrested where there was no probable cause to arrest. This is all criminal conduct from beginning to end, all right? But not even that. You're looking at what is a very, very far leap from a charge for false arrest to leaping to being committed. They're making up, the court engages in making up hearings, and this is after the fact. This is what they publish on the website in order to explain. But it does not explain, by the way. This is not an explanation. I'm speaking to what is a failed attempt to try to make procedural sense out of the criminal conduct of Lisa Rogan, seeking to go from what it should have been a trial to having me summarily taken into custody, and then I am eventually taken and placed into a ward. There being no process whatsoever, they literally just take me from general population, move me from GLEN Rehabilitation Center, and move me to West Valley, where I remain kidnapped inside of the mental ward. All right, that is literally what they engaged in. There was no process whatsoever. But this is what they publish, and understand everything they publish is a matter of documentation, and it is pursuant to what is criminal defamation, because it's all pursuant to a fictitious prosecution. This is the unprecedented criminal conduct by a court, the officers of the court. All right, this is unimaginable criminal conduct, and what should be the venue where your constitutional rights are, if anything, worshipped, right? This is not the case. And it is that which is unimaginable, but it is that which is actually occurred. It actually happened, and I actually documented it. And this is for purposes of prosecuting that very conduct. And understand, everyone engaged in that fictitious prosecution, everyone engaged in that kidnapping, because that's what that was. It wasn't just a prosecution where I was tried and released. I was kidnapped. Everyone engaging in that kidnapping shall be going to federal prison. This includes Lisa Rogan. All right. She is going to federal prison. That is a necessary policy where you are engaged in kidnapping an American citizen because you want to conceal the fact that you are monitoring. And this is as a government acting in concert with the people of the state of California. The repercussion for that shall be federal prison for a prolonged period. All right. And understand also the necessary context. This is not just criminal conduct. This is demonic conduct.
And I want to be clear, federal prison, speaking to where you are a federal group stalker, which you are when you are engaged in the pattern of conduct, engaging in the pattern of conduct through criminal acts of obstruction of justice, and also you're monitoring me as you're creating audible activity inside of the court. All the elements are present, including the hallmarks of directed light, the state's fake sun, the state stalking by plane and helicopter. You are engaged in the pattern of conduct, which is that which is demonstrative of that of psychopath conduct. This is speaking to straitjackets, all right? This goes to punishment, all right? This is that which shall be fully enforced at federal prosecution. This is not stopping because you happen to be sitting on a bench. This is the exposure of the criminal extent to which a government goes to monitor and conceal the fact that it is monitoring American citizens. And this is what Lisa Rogan was engaged in, and she is just one of the many I have documented specifically by name, those officers of the court engaged in that criminal act perpetrated against me. But again, they represent what the state of California is engaged in general. When I was practicing law in Los Angeles, understand I was being monitored. The officers of the court, those who are sworn to practice law in the state of California, they're engaged in criminal conduct, systematically monitoring, and I was unaware of the fact that I was being monitored, but that hallmark was present, which was harassment. And this is what I was subject to. And this is that which is dating back everywhere that I worked. Understand, P.O.C. was underway. I just did not know it. So this is going back to the revealing of that, because at many of these places where I worked, I was subject to systematic harassment, a very violent and it is a form of torture where you are speaking to an entity that's monitoring, and it just so happens to be you are subject to this at each job that you are going to, irrespective of how well you are performing, right? This is in no way a reflection of your ability to practice law or to do your job. This is that which you are repeatedly, with that which is repeatedly inflicted upon you as you are seeking to go to a workplace and do nothing but earn a paycheck after you've gone through years of school and training in order to do so, qualified just as every other person there. This is monitoring, and this is the way that monitoring operates. And this is the people of the state of California who happen to be sworn into the California bar who are engaged in criminal conduct, okay? It does not matter what and this is going to show, it does not matter what your specific identity is. The criminal pattern of conduct is the criminal pattern of conduct. The false premise upon which the public entities system relies is the fact that you can hide behind the fact that you happen to be someone of influence, or someone in a position of power, or someone who is someone of affection to the target individual. For example, a family member or a friend that is somehow supposed to be removed from the notion of the fact that you're monitoring. No, those are all false premises which are legally irrelevant to what is engagement in what are criminal elements of monitoring, where you have established that there is a pattern of conduct underway. All right, so this is the absolute removal of all of those legally irrelevant aspects. It is showing what is an entirely malicious system ceaselessly underway, irrespective of what your specific identity happens to be relative to that targeted individual. All right, it is speaking to what is an egregious system in operation, including everyone, including every single person, whether you know them personally or professionally, or whether you don't know them at all. All right, it's group conduct, and this is how a targeting entity, a public entity, was formally able to conceal itself. That is one of the false premises upon which the system relies. And as I continue to document what are psychopaths engaged in the pattern of conduct, standing around documenting themselves, having no guise whatsoever, they are literally engaged in what is criminal conduct. A government that is monitoring in no way provides any safe haven. The people of the state of California that are anywhere in relevant position are literally engaged in what is criminal conduct. You do not have the freedom to walk around, drive around, be anywhere in the vicinity where the government is monitoring. They are engaged in what is criminal conduct, and this is that which was unfathomable by a government thinking that you could never prosecute. That is not the case. That is not true at all. The government is the one that you are prosecuting, and you are not going to in any way be hindered from prosecuting that government as it is acting through the people of the state. You prosecute the entirety of that entity, and it is by identifying what are the engagement in criminal elements on a ceaseless basis. And that is what they are doing, and this is what they are doing literally as you are documenting it, doing it in plain view, because there is more than one mode of documentation. This is ongoing documentation of that entire system that is operating against a targeting entity. That targeted individual is thereby empowered, literally surrounding that entity and systematically documenting it for purposes of prosecuting it in entirety, comprehensively prosecuting it. Okay, and so it is, in a way, flipping the tables, and it is absolutely necessary. It's a matter of justice, and it is long overdue, in my personal opinion. So with regard to the venue of the court, I am kidnapped at the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse on February 18th, and I am taken to what is West Valley Detention Center on that same date. On the next day, February 19th, February 19th, 2020. I am immediately transferred to the HELEN Rehabilitation Center, where I remained there until March 6th, 2020. And this is where I am just abruptly plucked from general population, because that's where I am at HELEN Rehabilitation Center. I am in women's dorm number 1, bed 43, filled with cameras. The P.O.C. captured on cameras the entire time. All of the exact same hallmarks that I have already mentioned: stalking by plane and helicopter, amplification of that activity, light activity maintained inside of HELEN, because it's not a lot of windows inside of the dorms. And this is seen on the cameras. They maintain light activity by having flickering lights. That's light activity inside of the dorms and in the bathroom, 24 hours a day, every single day. I mean, filled with flickering lights. It is not a malfunction. That is light activity, and that is criminal conduct captured on video. While the people of the state of California surrounded me inside of that dorm, while the state surrounded by the deputies, but while the state surrounded by planes and helicopters, while the state surrounded vicariously by the people of the state who were patrolling around the HELEN Rehabilitation Center on the roads around. Which I specifically observed while I would sit in the day room, and I'm literally looking at what are vehicles driving by, just one after another, and the more that I looked out the window, the more cars were driving by, which is crossing a path while the state is aiming directed light inside of that venue, which is the state's fake sun, over that venue, and they're also maintaining light activity as I'm inside of the dorm, where the fake sun you can't get any fake sun over that. Inside, directed light inside of the dorm. But so how is another method? Creating light activity with the flickering lights, and so that is P.O.C. that I was subject to, in no way hindered, in no way ever missing a beat. It was continuous, and this is where I remained kidnapped in HELEN on camera. This is another method of documentation, and I am on camera inside of that facility in general population from February 19th until March 6th, 2020. And so on March 6th, 2020, I am again just abruptly plucked out from HELEN Rehabilitation Center at Dorm 1, Women's Dorm 1, Bed 43, and I am taken to West Valley Detention Center. And this is where I'm placed into the mental ward. And this is where I remained at West Valley from March 6, 2020 up until April 21st, 2020. So I'm going to go into the units that I was moved around inside of as I remained there. So March 6, 2020 to March 29th, 2020, I remained inside of the mental ward inside of Unit 15, E as in Erica, 9. So that's a second floor. I was on the second floor inside of Unit 15, inside of cell E9, and I was with third-party group stalker Stephanie Esqueda. Her name spelled Stephanie, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E, Esqueda spelled E-S-Q-U-E-D-A. She's a Latina female. She had a dark brunette hair, which was past her shoulder blades, and she had a large tattoo on her back, like wings of some sort on her back. And she engaged in the pattern of conduct in concert with the deputies, in concert with the medical workers, all right, in acting in concert, engaging by physically attacking me as well, which is what culminated in my being transferred from the that cell in 15E9 down to on March 29, 2020, to the cell on a first floor inside of 15E5. On March 29th, I was transferred, and that is after Stephanie Escada, who was engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring that I remain subject to. She's acting in concert with all the rest of the inmates inside of that unit, unit 15E, understand 15A, B, C, D, and F. They are in relevant position inside of that whole area. They're all monitoring. They're in relevant position. The ongoing amplification of noise, the state's directing light inside of 15E. All right, the deputies stalking with activity, making noise, slamming gates, slamming cells, which you see them on camera doing. And the state is amplifying it. It is all exceptionally loud conduct, in direct violation of Title 15, by the way. It was in no means whatsoever maintained as a tranquil environment, which Title 15 mandates. Understand the P.O.C. was in direct violation of Title 15 in every single way, including the P.O.C. of harassment, which is essentially element number 4. Constantly tampering with food, finding items in my food, even depriving me of food while I am documenting using the cameras. Okay, so I just want to be clear on that, but I want to focus on the elements. Understand it was where I am on camera inside of 15E. Understand it is not P.O.C. that is occurring as you see them only in my cell. They are monitoring in relevant position in the entirety of that area. So everything that you are looking at in the cameras inside of 15A, 15B, 15C, 15D, 15F, they are in relevant position, monitoring while they are outside of my unit and monitoring while they are inside of the unit. This is why the state is amplifying activity inside all day and all night. This is why you have random sounds occurring inside of the cell, just as though I document inside of any other venue where I'm at. When I'm sleeping in the car, that I've documented the state creating audible activity, which sounds like someone constantly knocking on the roof of the car, knocking on the door, throwing items at the car, dropping items on the car, as I've documented in video. That was the creation of audible activity, all right, for monitoring. This is exactly what the state is doing inside of the cell, creating what is literally amplification of the third parties that surround my cell, but also creating just random noise. You're hearing what is supposed to be sirens heard inside of the unit. I've observed what is all manner of noise, jingling keys when nobody's in the unit, so there's no deputy that is visibly present inside of the unit, but what you hear is the amplification of the sound of jingling keys as they are, for example, serving chow. And as I'm in 15E, they are in 15D or in 15F, and all they are doing is making activity that the state is amplifying, and it is heard inside of my cell. That's an example of what the state was doing, amplifying all manner of noise. And then they would come and engage in presence after they engage in this prolonged creation of activity, and all they're doing is coming and engaging and crossing a path. They were systematically monitoring, and the impossible audible activity is what prefaces this. The impossible light activity present inside of the unit is what prefaces this. The fact that I was kidnapped and a fictitious prosecution was maintained, and they're engaging in criminal defamation, throwing me into a mental ward on top of that, is what prefaces what was the pattern of conduct. And so this is what they were engaged in while I'm inside of this unit, and even engaging in placing a psychopath, sex offending stalker inside of the units with me. Understand that is a threat as well, all right? This is in every way on camera criminal activity that is documented while I'm kidnapped inside of these venues. And so Stephanie Escada, that attacks me on March 29th, 2020, understand she is attacking me as a third party who is monitoring me and doing so on behalf of the deputies who are facilitating it, turning a blind eye. They're all monitoring, listening, and aware of everything that is occurring, keeping me locked inside of the cell, using the intercom as a means of creating audible activity and in no way helping whatsoever, despite the fact that I am demanding being removed from the cell because of the danger that this third party presents to my person, which they know because they're monitoring. Understand that this is all P.O.C. And again, you're speaking to what are psychopaths that are nothing but wearing deputy uniforms. That's the only difference. They just have a different face, a different name, and or different uniform. It is the same psychopath demonic conduct, all right? And that demonic conduct is seen by the viciousness with which they are engaged in criminal conduct, all right? There's a viciousness that is observed as I'm documenting them. They're not just monitoring me. They are very hostile to the fact that I'm aware that they're monitoring and I'm documenting it, and I'm even contesting their conduct as I'm addressing in my contesting their conduct, questioning the fact of what they're engaged in. So, for example, I'm inside of Unit 15E9. Deputy Leon, badge number 3236, is on the first floor in alignment to me underneath my cell while Stephanie Escada is physically attacking me, which is the creation of audible activity, which is also sensational activity as she's touching me, by the way. While the state is aiming light inside of the unit from that which is not from the sun is not aiming light inside of this unit. This is absolutely ridiculous. The same ridiculous conduct that I have systematically documented already. The state is engaging in that inside of this unit. And Deputy Leon, in direct alignment to me, monitoring me to this violent form of P.O.C. All right. But feigning ignorance, having no idea what is, acting as though he has no idea what is going on. Okay. Deputy Arviso. This is a female deputy who routinely used the intercom inside of the cell for purposes of stalking with activity, for purposes of creating audible activity inside of the cell, and for purposes of harassment. All right, while I'm subject to being kidnapped inside of this unit. This is all manner of P.O.C. And this is that which is occurring as she's physically attacking me, and this is a mode of monitoring me in concert with the deputies and in concert with the third parties who are acting with the deputy, Deputy Leon. For example, this is just one deputy as an example of what they were all engaged in. All right, this is systematic monitoring inside of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department venue, which is West Valley Detention Center. Same conduct, meaning same monitoring conduct inside of Central Detention Center, same monitoring conduct inside of Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center. Okay, all elements maintain presence. In other words, all right? And so this is the viciousness with which they are engaged in the criminal conduct, because not only am I speaking to the fact to Leon, which is on camera. You see me speaking to him on camera after I'm being physically attacked, and they take an unreasonably long amount of time, which is the exposure of my person to further damage. By the way, and they're monitoring the whole time, so this is intentional, all right? But I am operating in their alternate universe, and I am speaking to the fact that you are aware of the fact that the intercom is being used as a means of paging and demanding that I'm being released, and Arviso engages in a substantial delay in opening up the cell. In order to release me from being physically attacked and from the danger of being attacked again for no reason whatsoever, all right? But understand the reason is monitoring, all right? And I'm dealing with those who are demon-possessed criminals, all right? Severely hostile and engaging in none other but monitoring by physical violence, while it is a matter of which the deputies are monitoring to that and listening, and understand what psychopaths are. They enjoy that. Okay, they are in every way satisfied. That's what a psychopath is. So I want to break this down for you. Not only are they criminals, they're psychopaths based on their conduct that they're engaged in. This is absolutely unnatural and demented conduct where you are monitoring with communication devices. It's demonic group conduct. It's demonic what the state does with light. It's demonic to sit around banging on stuff, making loud noises coming out of nowhere while you're creating what is light activity all around. Understand, that's not just in a scary movie. That's demonic. That's straight out of hell. And this is what the group does together. This is what the government does together. This is what the people of the state of California do together. Not only is that demonic, understand it is that which is of a psychopath. And a psychopath derives pleasure out of the suffering of another. These deputies are not only monitoring, they're not only engaged in demonic conduct, they derive pleasure from it. But they are engaged in conducting themselves outwardly as though they are ignorant of the fact that I'm being attacked. They are ignorant of the fact that I'm demanding to be released from the cell, despite the fact that you can clearly hear on the intercom that Stephanie Escada was using as audible activity in between her threatening to attack me and physically placing her hands on me. She's using it. She's the one that's using the intercom and paging repeatedly. The cell door is not open. All right. That's an unreasonable delay. And this is in violation of their own rules, violation of Title 15. This is an unreasonable threat that now the deputies are posing to me. But this is all occurring, again, not under ordinary facts. This is all under the facts of federal group stalking and monitoring. So this is an unprecedented level of criminal conduct by the government. Stephanie Escada is not there as an individual who just happens to be in jail that I'm placed in a cell with. That is the government that's physically attacking me. That's the government that's monitoring me. That is the government that's facilitating my being monitored with that violence, with that activity inside of that cell. That's the government that's not releasing me from that cell after it is attacking me. That's the government that's standing in alignment to me underneath my cell of E9 on the first floor, in alignment monitoring while I'm being attacked at the side of the cell. All of this is on camera, okay? And so this is P.O.C., and this is that which I remain subject to. And so that is just an example of the systematic malice with which I was monitored. And Stephanie Escada engaging in nothing other than what is third-party conduct, not unique in any way from what the rest of the third-party inmates were engaged in. Ongoing harassment, locking me inside of my cell in violation of Title 15 rules, exercising control, interfering with the cell doors and the gates. That's a violation of the rules. When I would report this on the kiosk, submitting a grievance, which is another form of documentation. Understand, nothing was done about it. Why? Because I'm being monitored. It creates audible activity as third parties are crossing path and closing my cell door. Why are they even concerned about my cell door? They have no reason to be whatsoever. They would make up rules stating, oh, well, they can't turn on the TV unless you close your cell door, instead of asking me about whether I want to keep my cell door open or not. Understand, this is all just a matter of thinking up ways to create activity, to come into the path, to maintain presence and maintain activity. And this is what is harassment inside of the cell. They would manufacture rules, manufacture policies on a daily basis, and then they would not enforce those rules if it was someone else. So on one day, oh, everybody's cell doors has to be closed in order to turn on the TV. But when I'm not in the cell and the cell is not an issue where someone else's cell door is left open. It's only an issue when it's my cell door that is left open. And why? Because I'm inside of the cell, and that is a means of locking me inside, first of all, for purposes of monitoring. All right, that's an easy way to keep me surrounded if I'm confined inside of the cell. It is also audible activity. All right, and so everything that is occurring, it is all amplified. It's not the ordinary volume level. This is exceptionally loud noise on a 24-hour basis. That is a form of suffering as well. That's an infliction of suffering as well while they're engaged in the psychopath type of monitoring conduct. All right. And so that's just an example of what they were engaged in on a routine basis. And everything that I am subject to is on camera. All right. And in addition to that, I am documenting, I'm writing out what is ongoing, what is the environment, in other words. You cannot hear keys jingling through the solid brick concrete walls while I'm in 15E and the deputies are in 15D, for example. That is impossible audible activity, but that is the means by which they were creating activity in my cell as they were going around serving chow, which is mealtime, or distributing medication. It's a means of monitoring. And it is absolutely ridiculous, but this is what they used in order to maintain activity. Equally ridiculous as to what I document what these psychopaths around in relevant position do, all right? But this is how you stalk, this is how you group stalk, this is how you monitor with communication devices. They are desperate for any kind of anything that you can hear, even if it is aptly shut down as being absolutely impossible, and that which is highly unrealistic and basically asinine. There is really no intelligent way to maintain noise level where you are being documented engaged in that. When you're aware of it, it's because of the fact that it's not an intelligent or sophisticated system at all, and you become aware of the fact of this is not possibly the sun that's remaining over my head all day long. Everywhere that you're going, it's not funny, but it's just so ridiculous. It becomes very obvious, and then you pay attention to your environment. That's all you have to do is pay attention to the environment around you. And that's very easy to do when you are being stalked by police. It makes you very observant about what's going on around you. When you're being stalked by what are helicopters and airplanes everywhere that you go, even as you are sleeping in a car, in different cities, different counties, the state's stalking by helicopter and airplanes, okay? You become very aware of your environment. And so it becomes very, very easy in order to identify that. And so I'm going to, in this next portion, just focus on what is the identity of the deputies as I encountered them. In no way specifically isolating those actors. They are merely a means of specifically naming them, which represent what is the ongoing criminal conduct by the state directly. The entire facility, West Valley Detention Center, was engaged in systematically monitoring me. Central Detention Center, all of the deputies, the medical workers, they were engaged in P.O.C. as well. They were engaged in monitoring the inmates inside of the cells, all around a relevant position. Everywhere that I went, they were monitoring. And so I'm naming specific actors as I encountered them, as I was able to get their name and or badge number. But this is not in any way limiting it to that specific actor. I am exposing as specifically as possible each and every one by name. All right. It is sufficient. The name of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department identifies the actor. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is a sex offender. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they are kidnappers. They're engaged in criminally monitoring an American citizen and on its own facility cameras. All right. Which, by the way, while I was kidnapped, I'm holding up signs, literally speaking to the fact that I am there illegally, subject to being defamed and kidnapped, having no case whatsoever. They're just holding me indefinitely. And this is on cameras inside of the venue as well. And so for purposes of speaking to where I was at March 6th to March 29th, I'm in Unit 15, E as in Erica, 9. March 29th to April 2nd, I moved downstairs inside the same unit to a different cell. I'm at 15E5. So from April 2nd, after the third party in that unit in 15E5, going by the nickname of Candy. Her name was Belinda Carlos Jones. She was a black female of about 50 years old. She was about 5'2", and she had very short buzzed hair, engaged in sexual harassment, sexual assault, sexual battery, and also battery by touching my person as she is spitting food, while Deputy Cardenas engages in disregarding it. The same deputies engaging in monitoring me to this violence and engaging in acting as though they are ignorant while they are all monitoring together, okay? And so I report this. I also submit PREA, that's Prison Rape Elimination Act reports in the grievance systems. That's another means of documentation, and I'm going to publish those. I created substantial documentation in that manner as the deputies were engaged in harassment, as the inmates were engaged in harassment while I'm subject to monitoring and while I'm kidnapped. So that is another means of the documentation as well. And so I am moved from 15E5 into Unit 15D3 on April 2nd. And I remained in 15D until April 19th. I moved to 15D6, D as in dog. I remained there with what is Crystal Price. She's a heavy-set white female engaged in systematic monitoring, literally engaged in the P.O.C., absolutely psychopath conduct, while she's facilitating monitoring, acting in concert with the deputies, acting in concert with the medical workers, acting in concert with the inmates. All right, all of this on camera. I remain inside of 15D from cell D3 to D6 to D2 up until April 19th. On April 19th, I am moved to, that's the date where I'm only in there for a couple seconds, for a few hours. It's an African-American female engaged in harassment, hitting my bed. This is a pattern of conduct by all the inmates that I'm in. Understand that sensational activity and audible activity and harassment and a threat of violence. And while I am in the cells, and 15D2 engages in this harassment, I request removal. I am attacked by the inmates again inside of this unit of 15D by third parties that are in cell 15D7, throwing water on me. This is on camera. And while I am documenting on camera, they have no reason whatsoever to attack. It's hostility to documentation because they are all monitoring. And at this time, I am directly addressing the cameras inside of the unit. They throw water as a means of monitoring and harassment. And so I am moved to 15G as in go on April 19th, and then I am moved to solitary confinement into Unit 9 into residential house number 2 from April 19th until April 21st. All right, following my release from being kidnapped on April 21st, again, as I stated, I was placed in solitary confinement after I was physically attacked, and this is because I was using the reality of the fact is I was placed in solitary confinement because I was using the cameras, which was exposing the fact that I was there kidnapped and having no trial because I was holding up signs while I was inside of Unit 15D. So I, on the 19th, and I want to be clear, like I stated previously, 15G on April 19th, I sit inside of 15G for essentially a very large chunk of the day, and I want to speak to that because P.O.C was underway. You are looking at what is monitoring as I remain in transition between 15D that I was being transferred away from and being placed into solitary confinement into Unit 9, residential housing number 2. But before I was moved to Unit 9 into solitary confinement, I sat inside of 15G for a prolonged period where I was subject to monitoring. And understand the state was aiming directed light inside of that unit onto the walls and onto the ground while I sat inside of this unit. Deputies Mamalito, deputies Carter, Deputy Cortez, engaging in monitoring, and they're on camera. You see them talking, you see them walking around, engaging in crossing a path in audible activity creation, while the state is also creating light activity via the medical workers who are also engaged in using flashlights to create light activity, and they are patrolling up and down the stairs. This is all manner of P.O.C. as I'm sitting in, and I am also referencing the camera as I am sitting inside of 15G as in goat, okay, on April 19th. I want to make sure I stress that. Then on April 19th, on the same day, I am moved to solitary confinement, and again, I have violated no rules. I'm being kidnapped. I'm subject to being kidnapped, first of all, but also this is the state engaging in trying to conceal the fact that I am showing on cameras, you know, hey, look at me. I am here illegally. They are kidnapping me. I have had no trial. They just threw me into a mental ward. I'm identifying my name. I'm naming the fact that I have already filed a civil suit against the state of California. The fact that I already filed a civil suit against Bill and Wags for stealing my car, which is understand that case against Bill and Wags, which is the people of the state of California acting vicariously on behalf of the entity that sought to steal my car. Bill and Wags is not acting individually. They are engaged in P.O.C. I sued them for conversion, but understand this is the exposure of what is federal group stalking and monitoring as it is directly linked to the principal case which the state of California sought to evade service of process in, which is the Erica Lorraine Spencer v. People of the State of California that was filed on September 12th. I'm holding up signs and I am identifying my names. I am stating the elements of monitoring and the fact that this is a demonic system in operation and that I'm here and I've had no trial and this is defamation. I'm holding these signs up. This is why I am being transferred. Okay, I want to be clear. This is why the inmates who are third parties are attacking me. Understand the inmates engaging in that violent conduct is not only is it P.O.C., but it is a means of seeking to establish me as a problem. I am not the problem. This is third party conduct. All right, this is the pattern of conduct. This is exactly what third parties outside of jail do. In other words, this is exactly what I document these psychopaths engaged in. All right, seeking to establish me as as an issue, which understand me being, I just want to break down common sense wise, that does not even logically follow. If I am being attacked repeatedly, that does not mean that I am the problem. It means that I am being routinely attacked. And by the way, those third parties who are physically and sexually attacking me are in no way being prosecuted by or subject to the rules under Title 15. Okay, they're third parties. They're monitoring, and they are being sheltered from being punished for engaging in violation of the law while they're in the jail. I want to be clear. When you engage in any violation or assault and battery inside of the jail, you're not immune from being subject to another case. And they're engaging in this criminal conduct on camera. There is no argument where they should have any basis or would have any basis. They're physically attacking me on the cameras. I am pointing out this fact as well. I am clearly reciting the facts as they occurred. That which is the unfounded hostility and violent conduct and sexually violent and harassing conduct by these third parties who were not prosecuted by the jail. Understand, nothing was done whatsoever. Okay, that's P.O.C. as well. All right, there's a reason for that. So I just want to be clear. So with regard to this, this is my being transferred to solitary confinement after I have broken no law. I haven't attacked anyone. I have not broken any rules. I am doing nothing other than documenting them on the cameras while I remain kidnapped inside of the jail. All right, this is San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. So when I am transferred to solitary confinement inside of Unit 9, Residential House Number 2 on April 19th, I am at very close proximity to a camera, which I hold up my signs again in front of this camera. And I am then released without explanation on April 21st, 2020. I want to be clear, there was no trial. There was no hearing. There was no nothing. Literally, and when I say it's just blatant criminal conduct, that's exactly what I mean. There was absolutely no explanation other than, do you want to get out? What do you, and my response is, first of all, they're monitoring. Asking this question, coming inside, they're Jason Young, Deputy Jason Young, heavy-set African-American male, coming in, flashing his flashlight. He's creating light activity. He's molesting me with this light. He's harassing me with this light. He's threatening me with this light. All right. He's on camera doing this. And present acting with the mental health workers who are engaged in monitoring and kidnapping as well. And that is facilitation, as the mental health workers are with the deputies. They take on the outward guise of appearing to be tending to the inmates when they are engaged in what is criminally threatening conduct of monitoring and criminal obstruction of justice, criminal defamation, and threatening while they are providing the guise under which deputies are systematically molesting with light and harassing with light. Okay, they're engaged in criminal conduct together. So I want to be clear on that. But even asking this question, do you want to get out? This is audible activity. Do you want to get out? My response being, what do you mean, do I want to get out? I'm not even supposed to be here. You don't have a right, and that's what you're asking, a question that you already know the answer to. You have no right to have me here. What do you mean, do I want to get out? What kind of question is that? The answer is, of course, you don't even have a right to keep me in the first place. But understand, this is all monitoring. They're monitoring while they're asking me this. They're on camera in relevant position, and this is P.O.C. while I'm in solitary confinement. So I want to be clear. I hold up my signs while I'm remaining locked up, kidnapped inside of solitary confinement, and I am released without explanation on April 21st, 2020. I am kidnapped again on September 25th, 2020 by Ontario Police Officers Morris, Officer number 20301, and I also have what is she is accompanied by Officer or Corporal Kemp, as he names himself, and I do not have his number or his officer number or his badge number or anything, and they were accompanied by a third officer who was actually the one that put his hands on me as well. On my podcast that I documented, you are literally listening to my being kidnapped. I am screaming at the top of my lungs as they are putting their hands on me, and I am asking them repeatedly, why are you touching me? Why are you touching me? and they are not responding. And then they mention something about a warrant, and I am telling them outright, you do not have a warrant. No, you don't. You're a criminal. And they kidnap me. Okay. That's captured on my audio podcast, and the video where I am capturing them moments before they come up and kidnap me is shown as I'm at Economy Inn, where all manner of P.O.C. was underway as I was documenting it. For that hour preceding Ontario presence coming into visual presence, because they are always present in relevant positions, stalking and monitoring. So all you have is the Ontario presence coming into visual presence and acting in concert with Economy Inn, who engaged in criminally summoning them, having no right to do so, whatever. Not only am I not in violation of the law, I have every right, and you have no other option other than to document the criminal conduct that the government is engaged in, and the government is acting vicariously at Economy Inn. Every single last one of them, just like they are right now as I remain at this venue. Okay, and so again, Officer A. Morris is a heavy set female officer. She appears to be Latina, and she has dark brunette hair that is pulled back. She appears to have some sort of disfigure, like circular bump or something on her face, on over above her eyebrow. Her number I have. She's arresting Officer A. Morris, number 20310, and she is with Corporal Kemp, and she is with an unidentified third officer. They are seen approaching me as I capture them on video right before I am kidnapped, and I do capture the entirety of this on podcast, okay, which I have already published. So I'm kidnapped by Ontario police who are citing a warrant in what is a fictitious prosecution where I have never received a trial that I was due on February 18th. There is no warrant. There was never even a real case. All right. This is criminal conduct by all those pieces of the puzzle. The police acting with the sheriff's department, acting with the court. Okay. Acting with the probation department. They are all engaged, and they are all acting with the officers of the court, the lawyers and the judges, and the forum of what is the court and the jails, initiated by the police, who again are engaged in kidnapping again for the purpose of seeking to ultimately place me in a mental ward. All right, because of the fact that they are monitoring, and they are trying to conceal the fact that they are monitoring. All right, this is the entirety of that criminal operation as I have documented it, and this is that which is speaking to the malice with which the public entity engages in federal group stalking and monitoring. Criminal obstruction of justice, which is all of this that I'm speaking to, is the pattern of conduct for monitoring. Okay, and this is that which is documented as engaged in by Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, naming a fictitious person in what is not even a real case. You do not have a case if you don't even have a real person on a complaint, and the person does not exist on the bar site. I have published this already. This is why I didn't get a trial, because there was never any intention to actually have a prosecution. They just were going to throw me in. They did. They threw me into a mental ward, and then they make up the paperwork to try to justify what they did on paper after the fact. But again, not remaining kidnapped, holding up signs inside of that venue, documenting what they are engaged in on my own, and also using the kiosk for purposes of creating grievances as they're engaged in ongoing criminal conduct. Not only is it federal group stalking and monitoring, it's also in violation of Title 15. The pattern of conduct is in direct conflict with Title 15. You are not able to maintain a tranquil facility when you are amplifying all manner of audible activity. So as all of these third parties, the people of the state, the inmates, are walking around, are talking, are flushing the toilet, are pushing the button to flush the toilet, are pushing the button to get water out of the sink, are hitting their metal beds, are engaging in walking up and down the stairs. Understand the state is applying a microphone to this. This is impossible audible activity. You cannot hear when you are pressing the button to flush the toilet in another cell. Okay, it is bulletproof glass, thick, heavy metal, all right, concrete and brick, and insulated with paint. And this is not how this facility is built. But this is what the state is engaging in. So as they are talking, not even yelling, as they are talking upstairs above my cell or next door, it's a loud audible activity. That's activity creation for purposes of monitoring. All right. So you're hearing conversation all around. You're hearing when they're pressing a button to flush the toilet. You're hearing the flushing of the toilet. You are hearing as they press the button to get water from the sink. You're hearing the water drizzling down in the sink. All right. This is impossible audible activity. It's amplification. It is the same exact behavioral pattern as I've documented it everywhere that I go, by the way. Okay. So this is what the state is engaged in. And this is what the state was engaged in inside of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department venues of the jails. Okay. And this is that which is absolutely idiotic, but it's how they're maintaining noise. In addition to that, the state is amplifying plane and helicopter activity. Not only can you not hear that inside of the jail, and if you are, guess what? You're flying at an exceedingly low elevation, but even so, you are amplifying it inside of a cell. Those ceilings are really, really high. You are not hearing that inside of the jail cell. The state, and regardless, is stalking, first of all. And the state is amplifying that activity while it is stalking in that same incredible manner while I am kidnapped inside of that venue. All right. So this is that which the inmates were fully engaged in. The inmates inside of the facilities, both in general population and when I was moved to the mental ward. Okay, this is what is so fascinating while I'm documenting what is criminal conduct. I mean, I am subject to criminal conduct. Yes, that is true. But it is fascinating to literally to observe what is occurring. It's unbelievable, but I'm doing nothing but documenting it because I'm there and this is what the state is engaged in. And this is how the pattern of conduct is established because they're engaged in literally the same conduct everywhere that I go. And it's not based on in any way the specific identity. That's what group stalking is. It is stalking by the entity that is acting as a group. All right. And it is monitoring with communication devices, and you monitor with sound and light while you're monitoring with communication devices. That's essentially what they're doing. And so this is occurring everywhere that you're going, including while you are kidnapped you're kidnapped by that entity that's monitoring you and stalking you. It does not stop. And so this is on camera, and this is while I remained kidnapped. So as of the time where I am kidnapped and I am remaining inside of West Valley, inside of the ward at this time, I am inside of what is taken from the custody of Ontario Police, and I'm taken immediately to West Valley. And I do remain inside of what is West Valley Detention Center. On September 25th is when I am kidnapped, and I remain inside of the holding cell area until the afternoon of September 26th, after a prolonged attempt to force me to sign the citation that dates back to January 13th, 2020, where I already have refused to sign that citation, and this is why I was subject to what is a quote-unquote prosecution that has already been litigated. I've already been to quote-unquote arraignment before Shannon Faherty and pre-trial, and before Kimberly Appaloo, who placed me on probation, and the trial readiness conference before Kyle Brody, who set the trial date, and then Lisa Rogan, who did not engage in any trial hearing whatsoever. And so you have the Ontario Police citing the warrant, taking me to West Valley, and yet they're trying to get me to sign a citation, which is in direct conflict with stating the fact that you have a warrant for my arrest. In this case, the citation directly rebuts that. Citation would be the initiation of a case all over again because a case never existed. Okay, I did not sign the citation, obviously, as I've already stated this, and so I am ultimately taken to what is the entity is seeking to continue with where I was before when they released me on April 21st. I was in solitary confinement. So on September 26th, after I'm taken off of the camera at the booking cell, I am not classified. I am not subject to the ordinary procedure. They do a direct deviation from ordinary procedure, proper procedure, take me off of camera to a different cell and place me in handcuffs, place me on my knees and cut off my clothes and forcibly put on the mental ward uniform and put me into Unit 9. And I remain in Unit 9, which at that time they were calling quarantine. Unit 9 is a mental ward area. Okay, they were calling it quarantine though. This is I'm just reporting the facts. They called it quarantine. They kept me in Unit 9 where I remained. And then they kept, and again, while I am inside of Unit 9, I am not released for day room. Or referred to as tier time or rec time. This is on camera. You will see me hauled inside of inside of the cell. I believe it is Unit 9, Cell C7. So 9C7. And I am kept there, and I am not released at all. I am kept inside of the cell. No mattress, no blanket. I am not given any hygiene material. So I don't get what everyone is supposed to get. You're supposed to get a bag of hygiene. This is default. Even if you're an indigent with no money, meaning no money on your books, you get a bag of what's supposed to be a toothpaste, a toothbrush. You get a comb, soap. You get the rules of the Title 15 rules, the inmate rules. I got none of this. I got none of this. No blanket, no mattress, no hygiene items, nothing. I have the mental ward uniform on, and I'm thrown into cell 9C7, and I remain for days, for a little under a week without a mattress. All right, I'm sleeping on the desk inside, and it is freezing cold. Understand they're intentionally maintaining at a very cold level. This is all a form of infliction of suffering while I am kidnapped inside of this unit, and this is on camera. It's on camera where you will see where I do not exit that cell at all. Okay, but you will see Deputy Heron, badge number 3367, and the other deputies that are coming in. They're serving food. I'm there inside. I do not exit at all. It is not because I am refusing to be released. They do not even open the cell door. They only open the cell door when they're engaged in monitoring. And this is the ongoing harassment and group stalking conduct by the medical workers who are engaged in harassing every single day, coming to the cell, opening up my cell, which is a threat. While you're kidnapping me, first of all, you're engaged in criminal defamation. I have no business in a mental ward. I have no business in jail. And all they're doing is monitoring. All right. They're creating audible activity. Opening and closing my cell is audible activity, all of which is amplified while they are in relevant position. And the state is ceaselessly aiming this impossible light activity, the directed light inside of the unit while they are present. Okay. And so they're engaging in activity creation as they are constantly coming to the cell, not releasing me from the cell. All right. And that's clearly seen on camera. And you do not have to request to be let out for your entitlement to rec time. They do not, it's not customary for them to ask you on the intercom, do you want to be let out? Your cell is opened. And if you don't want to come out, then you don't come out. You can close your cell door or whatever. This is ordinary. This is what this is what you genuinely engage in. But this is not so. They come up with excuses as to why. Well, when I ask them, will you open up my cell door? I want to be released for rec time. I cannot file any grievance on the kiosk. I cannot get access to the hot water. There's like a hot water faucet. If I wanted to, which I do not want to remove my clothes and use the shower, there are sex offenders that are monitoring even your bodily functions as you are showering and necessarily touching your person. They're all listening and creating audible activity to that. Understand that is tantamount to the government touching all over your body while they're monitoring you while you're washing. It is entirely demented and perverted. But again, I am blocked from the ability to access the shower. I maintain that right to access the shower whether I want to or not, okay? I am kept inside of the cell in direct violation of Title 15 and while they're engaged in what is kidnapping pursuant to a federal group stalking and monitoring, okay? And so I'm kept inside of Unit 9, C7. I remain inside of Unit 9. I am moved to a different cell using the toilets as a mean. Again, the toilets are not actually malfunctioning. They control everything inside of this jail. Flooding. Understand the toilets and the flooding of water all of it was a means of activity creation. All of it was a means of surrounding my unit, both inside of my unit and around my unit. I was transferred on camera to different cells. As the toilet would not work, I would report it. They would not let me out for rec time, but they would switch me to a different cell to an operating toilet, which again, that was a means of, that's harassment. I'm speaking to my awareness of this entity and the conduct that it is routinely engaged in. And I want to be clear, just like the flickering light is not a malfunction, it's a means of activity, and it is that which is not a malfunction as the toilets, as the sink, anything in the environment is used as a means of monitoring. There are no malfunctions. The entity maintains absolute control over everything that is occurring in the environment, okay? Including feigning a flooding toilet, feigning something that is malfunctioning such that it is a means for creating activity as quote unquote repair arrives. And understand all of this is amplified inside of my cell. So anyway, with regard to P.O.C, I remain inside of Unit 9, okay? I am then transferred to the ward 15. 15E, and I remain in 15E. I'm inside of Unit 9 for a couple of weeks, and this would be seen on camera for purposes of when I am transferred. It is clear I am there at September 26th. The date and time where I am moved, it is clearly seen on camera as I am transferred, and I am transferred specifically by Deputy Jimenez, Deputy Stewart, and Deputy Ivan Alvarado meet me with Jimenez, and it is P.O.C. even as they are moving me from Unit 9 in the middle of the night, all right, to Unit 15E as in Erica. And I remain there. They're sounding what is the fire alarm, creating flickering light as I am walking in the hallway. This is P.O.C. as they're transferring me to a different unit, remaining in the mental ward. Okay, I'm just moving to a different one from quote unquote quarantine to the 15E, which is, again, I was in 15E in April and March of 2020 before. This is documented on camera, and I want to be clear, I'm transferred in the middle of the night by Deputy Jimenez, who refused to provide her badge number, aware of the fact that I am documenting that is criminal obstruction of justice while she is monitoring me and doing so on camera. I want to be clear, I asked her on more than one occasion. She is not the only one, but that's P.O.C. and that's a federal charge. All right, they were routinely engaged in refusing to provide their badge numbers, which also is in violation of their own rules. That's public information. If you ask for a badge number, they're obligated to provide it because this is how you would submit a grievance if they are doing something violating you, or you don't like whatever it is that they do or whatever. You're entitled to do that. And not only that, if you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't be refusing your badge number. For what reason would you be doing that? I just want to be clear, just like third parties, the people of the state, the entity that's monitoring me, they are fully aware of the fact that I am documenting their criminal conduct. And it's in no way obviating the fact that they're being documented. It will go to federal prosecution that you refuse me any information that you are required, and you shall be required to provide it, but also in violation of their own rules of not providing it. And moreover, it is on camera who it is and what they are doing. And it is all monitoring. And so anyway, I am transferred from Unit 9 to Unit 15, E as in Edward, and I remain inside of 15E2, I believe. And I remain inside of that unit, and this is on camera where I am subject to ceaseless monitoring. It does not stop. I remain inside of 15E2. They do add a third-party group stalker by the name of Denise. Denise physically attacks me. I do submit a grievance for that as well. That's documentation of it. It's on camera as well. She's monitoring as she's physically attacking me. I defend myself, okay? I am not a violent individual. I am not an antagonistic or hostile ordinarily, but I am subject to that, which is an ongoing threat to my life. And then on top of the fact that you're threatening my life and my safety, many third parties and the state acting directly have the audacity to be rude about it, to be disrespectful, as though they are not engaged in that, which is an unprecedented level of obscene criminal conduct and sexually violent, perverted, demented. I mean, it's straight out of hell. And so, yes, I am engaged in ongoing defense of my own safety. And that's what my documentation is establishing, because I am literally taking on the entirety of the system. And this is for the purpose of creating policy that no other targeted individual shall be without defense, for it's serving a purpose. But understand this is that which is going to occur when you are up against what is an entire government that's monitoring you. Under the circumstances, yes, I maintain my composure in assessing my own stuff. I maintain my composure quite magnificently because I could react in very different manners, but I react in the manner that is commensurate with the threat as it is presented to me, and a manner that is necessary based on the threat that continues to be weighed against me by a government that's engaged in group conduct. All right, they are conspiring against me. All right, so third parties come up with lies and come up with some guise under which they're all monitoring. There is no guise, but this is how they operate, okay? It's all audible activity in relevant position. It's all criminal obstruction of justice. It's all subject to what is federal prosecution, but this is what you are faced with. This is what I am approached with. And so this is my, engaging in defense of myself while I am literally constructing what is the federal takedown of the government engaged in this unprecedented criminal conduct. And so it's absolutely necessary. And with regard to my remaining in Unit 15, Denise is a third-party group stalker who was engaged in P.O.C., and she also physically attacks me. And so I am seen on camera defending myself. And this is also that which is going to naturally occur when you're being kidnapped and around what are third parties who are monitoring on behalf of a state that is hostile to the fact that you are documenting it. I mean, the fact that you have the audacity to do so. All right. In every way, the state is unprepared with the fact that it is not in any way any longer permitted to engage in this criminal system. And it is that which it has yet to come to terms with. To date, it still has not come to terms with it. And this is what you are approached with. All right. And so this is the reality. And so Denise is a third party. This is the government that is physically attacking me while they're monitoring me and facilitating this with the deputies. The deputies are monitoring to this audible and sensational activity while they surround in relevant position. All right. It is P.O.C. And I also use the grievances of the kiosk and the side of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department when I was released from the cell as a means of documentation. This is documented. All right. Not only on camera. All right. Which she was not prosecuted for that. This is P.O.C. and this is why none of them are subject to the rules. They're engaged in criminal conduct, all right? And this is occurring in the venue of the jails, all right? This is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They are criminals, all right? And they're facilitating criminal conduct, all right? And so this is that which is occurring inside of Unit 15, E as in Edward, and I remain inside of this unit, moved to the opposite side of the staircase into what is 15E7, I believe. I'm sorry, 15E6, excuse me, and I remain inside of this same unit. I'm not moved from Unit 15, and so I remain inside until the date of my abrupt release on, again, without any explanation. I had created and held up gigantic signs naming Kara Hudson. She's a criminal. She's a sex offender. She's a psychopath, demon-possessed criminal who was engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and specifically criminal obstruction of justice by entertaining what is a fictitious prosecution. And I also named Misha Moss. They're going to federal prison, okay? They are engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct, and I hold up signs as to the fact of that I am being kidnapped. I'm subject to kidnapping, and this is defamation. I have no trial. This is the false charges. I have no business in a mental ward for a charge of what is supposed to be merely obstruction of justice. This is refusing to submit to an illegal arrest. But okay, in their alternate universe, the claim is, I'm resisting arrest. Okay, that you still have no. Where do you get a mental ward from that? That you get that from P.O.C. Okay, so this is my holding up these signs after they engage in trying to hold me in the cell, not releasing me for tier time, not giving me pencil and paper. I essentially get that. I do create these signs and I hold them up on the doors, and they are visible on camera. The fact that I remain inside of that cell is not a secret. The cameras are rolling as to what is ongoing monitoring by the inmates, by the deputies, and the medical workers 24 hours a day. While the state is amplifying activity, the state is directing light day and night. Okay, light activity is ongoing inside of that unit. The state is directing light. The state's engineered light is being directed inside of this unit onto all of the walls from the second down to the first floor in front of my cell, inside of my cell. Absolutely impossible to naturally occur. This is the state's engineered light as it is aiming light from the top of this is supposed to be sunlight that is coming from the top of the It's so ridiculous, but it's not funny. This is criminal, all right? This is a government, but it is just so idiotic, the ways in which it engages in this. This is absolutely impossible light activity. It's supposed to be sunlight that's coming from these window slots that are not on the ceiling. They are on the wall opposite my cell, from the top of this wall into the depths of my cell, okay? Moving toward the bunk and then backwards. Not only does the light move from left to right on the walls, it moves from the second floor down to the first floor, and it moves in all manner of direction. The state was entirely inconsistent even with its direction of light, but there is no way to be consistent with that which is not ever naturally occurring in any way. So it's literally just engaged in moving light in all manner of direction, forward, then backwards, left and right, all over the brick walls, while the deputies are engaged in the psychopath group conduct, stalking with activity, stalking with their presence, and doing so with the inmates, all right, while the state is amplifying activity inside of my cell. It is P.O.C., and I remain on camera, which is the proof of my presence as I remain kidnapped and I remain subject to monitoring inside of 15E. And I am not released until after I begin this holding up my signs again, as the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has kept me kidnapped. Again, this is a pattern of kidnapping by the Sheriff's Department. All right, in the same way that they're engaged in a pattern of conduct with the police, who are engaged in a pattern of kidnapping. They're engaged in a pattern of kidnapping with the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse, engaging in these entertainment of cases where they have no probable cause. It does not exist. You're monitoring. All right, this is a pattern that is established. This is not a coincidence. This is criminal. This is a criminal system in operation. All right, and so I will go ahead and let me be clear. On December 4th, early in the morning, this is when I am moved. Again, they moved me around late in the middle of the night, early morning. All right, I mean, just like a criminal too. So they moved me around, and I am moved under the guise criminal defamation again and criminal continuation of a kidnapping by Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, having equally no right to possess my property or my person, engaged in sexual assault, forcibly making me, first of all, keeping me there, and then forcing me to undress in front of what is a camera while a deputy is standing in a direct alignment. This is monitoring while I'm physically indisposed. I'm speaking to SIIS federal legislation now. Arrowhead Regional Medical Center in the room. They're monitoring. So they're not just standing there while I'm undressed. They're monitoring while I'm physically indisposed in relevant position. And they're also doing so requiring me to undress where they have no right to maintain custody over my person or property on camera. Okay. This is a sexual violation of my person. This is an unreasonable criminal act by the entity that is acting via Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, who has custody over me based on the criminal defamatory conduct of West Valley claiming a 5150 after they maintain illegal possession, kidnapping me, which is while they're monitoring me. And so basically getting rid of me via a 5150 to another party, which is criminal continuation. I'm speaking to what is SIIS federal legislation now. All right, that's criminal continuation by Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, who are monitoring me ceaselessly. The doctors, the nurses, the people who are there, third parties, the people of the state under what is supposed to be the care, they're all monitoring. Okay, the state is directing light during the day. The directed light over inside of this hospital. The state's fake sun directly over this hospital. The state present by planes and helicopters. All right, this is P.O.C. and they're monitoring. Fontana police engaged in P.O.C. at the arrival while I'm being transported by West Valley. The Fontana police in relevant position on cameras outside of the hospital monitoring. All right, this is P.O.C. All they are doing is monitoring while I am there illegally. And this is on the early morning of December 4th, late night December 3rd, early morning December 4th. I am on cameras inside of Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. They have no right whatsoever to have me there. I am there pursuant to the criminal conduct of the court, of the police, of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, and Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, fully engaged in P.O.C. And so they are seeking to engage in what is criminal defamation. I play their game better than they do. There is no reasonable basis for them to, but again, this entity has literally engaged in manufacturing information, literally making it up. Okay, so I will say at least Arrowhead did not make up some reason to keep me longer. They released me, but they did not do me a favor. They're fully engaged in incredibly threatening criminal conduct and sexually violent criminal conduct. They're going to be prosecuted, period. But I want to be clear. They did not come up with some diagnosis whereby they kept me longer, trying to keep me maintained in that presence. They kept me longer than they had any right to do so. They were fully engaged in kidnapping. Okay, I'm not going to reduce that, but I was released on December 4th, and they are literally engaging in using their identity as a hospital, using their capacity, their status as nurses and doctors for criminal conduct. Okay, fully engaged in the state's pattern of conduct. This is how a public entity monitors. This is how a public entity engages in facilitation of that monitoring conduct by seeking to conceal it. All right. All of that is serving what is criminal defamation. I had no business being subject to some 5150 premised on lies that they are making up. And this is so-called. They state that West Valley said that, I spit on someone, that I tried to physically attack someone. All of this is going to be on camera. It did not happen. And at the end of the day, they're monitoring and they're kidnapping me. Okay. But bottom line is that didn't happen either. And so it's audible activity. Everything that they are saying is audible activity. They are threatening my life. Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, I want to take a back step also. I documented them engaged in P.O.C. at Mercy House as well. They are engaged in ongoing group stalking, going to that third-party venue to monitor. They can be there under whatever guise they want. They were there at 435 South Bondview under the state's fake sun, where the state is directing light, where the state is stalking by plane and helicopter at that venue, and Arrowhead Regional Medical Center parked on more than one occasion on that dead-end street, engaging in P.O.C. group stalking, monitoring me while I'm inside of the bathroom at that venue as well. I have published this in video already. So engaging in monitoring and group stalking on more than one occasion, Arrowhead. But I want to be clear, I am released from the kidnapping by Arrowhead Regional Medical Center on December 4th, 2020. At or around 12:30 p.m. And this is documented. This is that which I also published, the documentation I published speaking to what is the proof of my being kept there, and it is illegally. And that was the means whereby West Valley released me. And San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department scratches out a citation, which I did not sign, which is in no means any way to create a court hearing, and seeking to, and it has the date. It has the same date, December 4th, 2020 on the citation for an allegation dating back to January 13th, 2020. I mean, when I say just straight out criminal conduct, that's exactly what I mean. All right. This citation is published. I have published this already. It is the outright criminal conduct of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. All right. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and identify the deputies as I have identified them, specifically as I encountered them at the different facilities, being West Valley Central Detention Center, Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, including the medical workers. Okay, and so this is the identification of any name and or badge number, and this is the identification of the medical workers and or a badge number, because they are, I understand the medical workers are identified as the state. They're working with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They are monitoring me inside of this venue. They represent the state. And they are state actors. This is the state acting directly. The deputies and the medical workers are essentially in the same position, acting as the state directly, engaging in criminal monitoring by operating the functions of the jail. As a deputy, engaging in the functions of the jail, acting as a medical worker. It is P.O.C. Okay, so I'm going to start with West Valley Center deputies. Deputy McLean, badge number 2318. Deputy G. Veit, that's V-E-I-T, badge number 2016. Deputy M. Ramos, 3381. Deputy Cardenas, 2997. Deputy D. Salcido, 1855. Deputy Lira, 2989. Deputy Cantrill, 3960. Deputy Skinner, 3292. Deputy Felix, 743. Deputy Chin, 736. Deputy Manker, 2516. Deputy P. Mena, so that's first name P, last name Mena, M-E-N-A, 1675. Deputy Stein, I don't have a badge number, but I have an employee number, H as in Henry, 757S. Deputy Bellamy, this is badge number 2623, and she is engaged in the stripping of my clothes, handcuffing me and cutting my clothes off and putting me into the mental ward uniform with Deputy Sharp, badge number 2919, and Deputy Dominguez, whose badge number I do not have. And that is documented on camera on September 26, 2020. Okay, Deputy Nish Hananian, that's Nishanaanian. That's the best way that I can spell it, as substantially similar to that, is badge number 3164. Deputy Ortega, 3314. Deputy Syphix, 3321. Deputy Seipert, 3370. Deputy Mamalito, 2473. Deputy S. Theodati, Theodate, badge number 3170. Deputy Ivan Alvarado, badge number 2574. Deputy Stewart, 1520. Deputy Delgado, 3294. Deputy Leon, 3236. Deputy Castello, or substantially similar, Castello, 3122. Deputy Wilson, 3332. Deputy A. Valdez, 3140. And employee number H as in Henry, 7576. Deputy Estrada, 3071. Deputy Cruz, 3042. Deputy Castillo, this is 1154. Deputy Carter, 3205. Deputy J. Young, 3108. Deputy Gomez, 3008. Deputy Barron, 2940. Deputy Cassidy, refused to give me her number. I see no number on her person. She recites the number 3399. Deputy C. Mesa, 3209. Deputy Ortega, 3278. Deputy Tormey, 3096 or 3095. I believe it is 3096, though. This is a Caucasian male. He's pretty skinny. I would say about 5'10" in height. And he was engaged in P.O.C. on more than one occasion, mainly with Deputy Leon, Deputy El Huerta, what was her name? El Hulsey, who also refused to provide her badge number while I'm inside of Unit 15E as in Edward. Deputy Tormey, I believe his number is 3096. Deputy Watson, badge number 3116. Deputy Lopez, 1137. Deputy Woolsey, 3942. Hamilton, 2354. Deputy Heron, 3365. Deeds, this is badge number 699. Deputy Oberst, OBERST, provided a badge number which may or may not actually be her badge number, 3441. Very evasive upon requesting it. Deputy Cortez, 2705. Deputy Lampman, 3195. Deputy Anderson, 3308. All right, and these are deputies whose names I have, and I do not have their badge numbers, as I've already stated. For example, Deputy Dominguez, she is one of three, with Deputy Sharp, 2919, and Deputy Bellamy, 2623, engaging in sexual assault and battery on September 26th, taking me out of the booking cell and placing me in a different cell outside of ordinary procedure, cutting off my clothes, placing me in handcuffs on my knees, and forcibly placing me in the mental ward uniform, and then taking me summarily to the Unit 9. And I was never classified. I also submitted more than one grievance pursuant to this. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department does absolutely nothing with the grievances. It is but a means of documenting their criminal conduct, okay? And so Deputy Skujic, perhaps Russian, I'm not sure. She appears to be a white female, and it is spelled substantially similar to SCZUJIC. Deputy L. Gonzalez, Deputy K. Vo. That's K, period, first name, last name, Vo, V-O. K. Galindo, M. Jimenez, Deputy J. Flanagan, M. Mansfield, Deputy Newcomb, Deputy Waddy, W-A-D-D-Y. This is an African-American female at the San Bernardino Superior Court, Rancho Cucamonga Courthouse. Not only is she on the, her name is cited on the minute orders, which is literally the creation of fictitious documentation of a fake case. She is also personally observed, as I am, in the courtroom, subject to the restart, I guess, of the fictitious prosecution in October of 2020. When I was taken to the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse after remaining for a prolonged period in the jail, going to no court hearing whatsoever. I was literally kidnapped on September 25th, and I did not go to any court date whatsoever. No court, no hearing, no nothing until October 14th. Okay. So this is Deputy S. Waddy. Deputy Oberst. Again, I renamed her because 3441 may or may not actually be that badge number. I'm relatively certain that is not her actual badge number. That is nothing more than documentation of criminal obstruction of justice while she's monitoring me. And the state's directed light was directly in front of my cell as I was at 15E2, and she was with Deputy Wilson, 3332. And she was monitoring with Denise, the third-party group stalker who physically attacked me. This is on camera inside of Unit 15. Deputy L. Hulsey, engaging in criminal harassment, obstruction of justice, engaging in seemingly taking joy and I guess taunting us every time I ask her for her badge number, and she would tell me none of my business on one occasion, tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on another occasion, and directly ignoring me on another occasion, while she is engaged in threatening my life and my physical safety, monitoring on a ceaseless basis, chiefly acting in concert with Deputy Leon, badge 3236, while I remained inside of Unit 15E. She is documented engaged in substantial criminal conduct of monitoring and refusing on several occasions to provide her badge number. Deputy J. Pyong. This is spelled as close as I could get it. This is an Asian male, about 5'4", 5'5" in height, whose name I did not see up close. Monitoring with Deputy Bellamy, Deputy Leon, and they are engaged in P.O.C. acting with a medical worker, an RN, who are all engaged in monitoring, acting in concert, facilitating criminal conduct by the third-party group stalker in the cell directly above me. And this is 15E14. They are concentrating on this cell. This is a means of amplified audible activity while they are all surrounding my cell in relevant position, both on the second floor and on the first floor. And again, the state is aiming light inside of the venue. They are monitoring, and they're doing so with the inmate and a medical worker, which is the an Asian nurse, and this Asian male whose name is substantially similar to J. Pyong, Pyeong. All right, Deputy C. Young. Telatuaga. This is an African American male. I believe he has a bald head. He's pretty tall. He's about I would say about 6 feet tall, 5'10" to 6 feet tall, and he is engaged in P.O.C. on more than one occasion while I'm inside of Unit 15E. And I do not have his badge number, and his name is substantially similar to it. It's very unique, so it's similar to Telatuaga, and he appears to be an African-American male. And Deputy Morales, Deputy De La Cruz, Deputy Hoffman, Deputy Ortiz, Deputy A. Alvarado, this is a female, and specifically engaged in what is a very violent assault and battery on January 13, 2020, her in concert with Deputy Jimenez and Deputy Papez, which would be captured on the cameras at the entrance area of the West Valley Detention Center. And this is she is placing her knees on me using substantial force. And this is her forcible removal of my clothing. They remove my shoes. They remove the scarf off of my head. They remove my shirts, and I am left in what is a thin wife beater. And they remove again, my shoes and my socks, where I am essentially just left with a thin wife beater and my pants. And I'm placed into a freezing cold cell after they remove my clothes and they throw it on the floor. This is P.O.C. for monitoring. It is also that which is the tactic whereby they were trying to force me to sign the citation. And she's threatening to, quote, she's going to beat my ass. This is what she's saying. She's on camera. And Deputy A. Alvarado, particularly violent in her speech. They are all violent physically, pulling my hair as they are pulling the clothes off of my person right before they throw me into this cell. It is the first cell, I believe. It is a holding cell. And this is on camera on January 13th after Jason Knighton and Lester Keys have taken my T-Mobile cell phone. That was not scratched, by the way. They scratched it upon returning it back to me. I just want to be clear, I observed it in a clear plastic bag. They cut the screen on purpose. It was not scratched whatsoever while Lester Keys held it in his hands in a clear plastic bag before they left. After they left, this is when I am subject to this stripping of my clothing, pulling my hair. I am being pulled in multiple directions. Alvarado is pulling my right. She's on my right side, and Papez and Jimenez are on my left side and behind me, pulling on both sides of me. This is before they throw me into the cell. I remain inside of the cell. This is inhumane treatment, by the way. I'm placed into a freezing cold cell for a series of hours, and this is because I am not agreeing to sign the citation for in order to have a site release and agreeing that I'll arrive in court for this arrest for obstruction of arrest. I said, no, he had no right to arrest me. I'm not signing a citation. So you can put me in jail and I'll just go to court. They want me to sign a citation. So they strip my clothes. They're engaging in this abuse. This is on camera. I remain for hours. And the booking photo that they take of me, which goes on my ID, shows me with my gray wife beater shirt on. Understand that this ID was, and I'm placed into general population. So this ID that was stolen from me while I was at Tracy Banks's house after I was released on January 28, 2020. Understand this ID is relevant for more than one purpose. I also reference this in my documentation, my communication with the public defenders Laura Alvarez and Vanessa Rodriguez. I reference this because this is relevant to P.O.C., removing my clothes, placing me in this cell is pursuant to monitoring, okay? This is a search. Not only it is also that which is a form of torture while they are trying to get me to, forcibly trying to get me to sign a citation for that which is pursuant to criminal monitoring, which I am not going to sign, and they had no right to arrest me in the first place while they're kidnapping me. And taking that picture is also showing what is my state as I'm removed from that cell after I'm placed in there for a series of hours. And it is also that which is where I am placed into general population, okay? That ID is stolen purposely by Tracy Banks while I'm inside of her room after I'm released from on January 28, 2020 on probation. And when I am kidnapped again on February 18th, this is when they begin targeting and seeking to place me into the mental ward, okay? They do not give me an ID after this. My ID is stolen. And I am not given another ID, and this is on purpose because they ultimately intend to place me into a mental ward, okay? That ID that I had originally was for general population. I just want to be clear, and it also shows the fact that my clothes were stripped off of me. In that ID picture, I have just a not a mental ward. I have just a wife beater on. So I will go ahead and continue. Let me see. That is Deputy Harrison, Deputy Cabrera, D. Ramos, Deputy Teal, Deputy Renau, that's spelled R-E-N-E-A-U, Deputy E. Roberts, J. Long, Deputy Huerta, Deputy Chivalra, that's spelled C-H-I-V-A-L-R-A, Deputy C. Deeds, so that's first name C as in Charlie, period, Deeds, so that's D-E-D-E-S, Figueroa, Deputy Mora, Deputy E. Stoll. Actually, E. Stoll is not a deputy. E. Stoll is something above a deputy. And this is an actor that engaged in having me, what he specifically did was he ordered that I be changed from general population, the orange uniform, into gold, which is the uniform for the mental ward, on the evening of March 6th, 2020, following the libelous and factual misrepresentation by a mental health worker, Heidi, who engaged in targeting me at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, which also will be seen on camera as all of a sudden, again, this is where they begin targeting me for absolutely, nothing happened. They just randomly start engaging in targeting me by Deputy Smith and I believe Deputy Sanchez asking me to speak with a mental health worker, which I refuse to do so. I say, no, thank you. Or ask me, do I want to? That's what they said. They didn't tell me to. They said, do I want to? And of course, I'm like, no. No, thank you. And so Deputy Smith, understand this is accomplishing the same thing. Having me go to tell the mental worker that I don't want to talk to you. They use that as a means of, you talk to the mental health worker. Okay. This is the kind of criminal conduct that they engage in. So her name is Heidi. And this is March 4th, 2020. And Heidi asked me if I will submit to an evaluation, which I clearly, as you can hear me speak, I communicate very effectively. And I am fully aware of my rights. I do not provide any legal consent to Heidi whatsoever. And I clearly communicate the fact that I'm not going to sign anything either. Heidi does not fill out any paperwork in front of me. I clearly let Heidi know that contrary to what she represented to me, which is that Tracy Banks requested that mental health seek me out in order to do an evaluation, which, by the way, while I'm kidnapped inside of a jail, I did not know that you can have an outsider. I am not of minority. I am well over the age of 18, so you've got a random third party that's able to make a request to the jail that I submit to an evaluation with mental health while you're kidnapped. That's a very interesting set of circumstances right there. But this is what Heidi represents. Not only is that a lie, but understand that's a concession. Whatever you want to use to lie as audible activity while you're monitoring, that's going to be used against you. Okay. This is that which is direct engagement in the pattern of conduct by Tracy Banks. And this is also that which she has no authority or whatsoever, but this is what Heidi represents. Oh, it's your mom. And understand why she's stating that, because why else are you randomly asking me if I want to talk to you? Where is this coming from? Oh, your mother asked if we would, or requested that we seek to have you evaluated. So this is the means whereby they're claiming to have some reason to reach out to me, okay, for their basically, in other words, beginning to target me, okay, which is completely invalid. I'm subject to being kidnapped, and they're monitoring me, but this is the excuse that she gives. All of this is audible activity and relevant position. I'm being monitored by the lies out of the mouth of this mental health worker who is engaged in criminal defamation. She's engaged in libel and slander. She is also engaged in misrepresentation of fact, as she publishes in an email that E. Stoll, his name is spelled E-S-T-O-L-L, that's the last name, Stoll, shows me. He shows me a printed out email where Heidi represents in this email that she has diagnosed me and that she is ordering reclassification, where I was never in any way communicating with her anything other than the fact that I would not speak to her, that I'm not signing anything, and that Tracy Banks, if she did make any such request, it is entirely dubious. So there is nothing where, under any circumstances, that you can deduce from that clear communication that I have the right to convey to this mental health worker that does not have my well-being in mind whatsoever. She's engaged in criminal conduct, and she's engaged in misrepresenting what was the exchange. She in no way received any legal consent. She in no way engaged in anything that would provide her with information to make any sort of diagnosis. And in addition to that, she's engaged in criminal monitoring. This is all criminal conduct, okay? But this is what they engage in. And Eastall shows me what is proof of placing those criminal terms in writing, which is libel. And she's misrepresenting the fact. She has no information that would result in any diagnosis. She wrote nothing down in my presence. All right. I clearly told her I am not interested in speaking with you. Any request that Tracy Banks made, I don't even refer to her as my mother, but any request that she made is clearly dubious. All right. And I am not even here legally. All right. So no, I'm not interested in talking to you. I will not be signing anything. And I only came in here because Deputy Smith told me to come in here and tell you to your face that I'm not interested in talking to you. And that was essentially it. Heidi represents in writing. This is what E. Stoll prints out and gives to me as to why he has ordered me changing into gold clothes, which is the uniform for the mental ward. Okay. This is the mental health workers. This is the medical quote unquote professionals. I do not acknowledge them as professionals. They're criminals. And this is not isolated to West Valley. This is the government engaging in criminal conduct, and this is how it does it. This is how it operates. This is how government engages in systematic monitoring conduct and criminal obstruction of justice, using the people of the state and any training, including medical training, any position of influence or power, whatever area that they have, such that the state can go ahead and facilitate that ongoing monitoring and concealment of that monitoring conduct. And they're doing it by medical professionals who are seeking to establish a targeted individual who is documenting that pattern of conduct as suffering from some mental illness that does not exist. It's criminal conduct by the government, and they are facilitating it. The medical professionals engaged in it. They are central to the state's system, by the way. Okay, because the P.O.C. is premised on ultimately dismissing the targeted individual as one suffering from a mental incapacity. This is why you throw them in a mental ward, and then you try to come up later. Then later you just assuming because you are the government, and so it's going to be presumed to be valid. No one's going to question it because it's the government that's saying so. On the the claim of some medical professional that's claiming so. So it is presumed to be legitimate. Oh, that some person that they claim has some mental illness, some issue, because they say so. All right. That is how the entity engages in P.O.C. There is the utter removal of that presumption of legitimacy. It doesn't exist. That's what the entity is relying upon in order to facilitate P.O.C. to this degree. Okay. So this is Heidi. at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center. That's going to be on camera, March 4th, 2020, where I'm kidnapped there. And this is March 6th, where I'm transferred to the mental ward in E. Stahl. Again, first name E, period, last name Stahl, S-T-O-L-L, ordering change into gold clothing, claiming that once I'm in the unit in the mental ward, I can file a grievance, submit a grievance through the kiosk, and you, oh yeah, just submit a grievance to mental health and they'll handle it. You know, this isn't the place. I'm just doing my job. All you have to do is submit the grievance and mental health will assess it. And that's a lie. So it's all audible activity. And by the way, I submitted a plethora of grievances that the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they do not acknowledge them. Right? It's criminal conduct. And that's just documentation of that criminal conduct. The mental health and the area for classification, the ongoing harassment by the inmates and the deputies, none of it addressed whatsoever. It is P.O.C. and it is also P.O.C. as they engaged in that conduct that was never addressed in the manners that it should be addressed under Title 15 rules, all right? Even aside from what is monitoring conduct, the monitoring conduct is in violation of the rules. Nobody is engaging in any acknowledgement of the rules that govern this facility, all right? So let's be clear on that. And that is shown by all the grievances that were submitted that were never addressed and or completely disregarded. They were literally engaging in disregarding the facts as they exist and just stating there's no issue here, we're closing this grievance. All right, just blatant criminal conduct. All right, it is unbelievable, but it's believable because it happened and it's documented. I have the numbers of the grievances as I submit them. So anyway, that is East Stall. This is Deputy Whitley, Deputy Scalise, Deputy L. Sanchez, Deputy Mastel, Eldridge, Arviso, Deputy S. Grant, Deputy Robinson, Deputy Munoz, Deputy Mendoza. These are badge numbers of the deputies inside of the West Valley facility whose name I do not know. I don't have, but I did somehow gather a badge number. So these are badge numbers. Badge number 2804, 1698, 2291, 1989, 2557, 3196, 2938, 2949, 1998, 3004, 3044, 2024, and 2754. All right, the medical workers that I have, whose names I have, again, they're on camera engaging in P.O.C. As they were monitoring me and engaging in loitering in relevant position inside of the units. Understand also while they are outside of the unit that I'm inside of, which is 15E, and in Unit 9, they were monitoring while I was inside of Unit 9 as well. But again, they're not only in relevant position in close quarters as they are inside of the unit, the same unit as me, they are also monitoring as they are in relevant position outside of the unit. For example, I'm in 15E or I'm in 9C, all right? And they are in 9A, 9B, D, E, and F. And they're in relevant position while noise is maintained around me, light is maintained around me, and they are in relevant position. They come in close, and they're on camera outside of those areas as well. So when I'm saying that it is on camera at all times while they are in relevant position, but it is also that which is on camera as they enter into the unit in close and visually seen by me as I am pointing out P.O.C. as they're engaged in it on camera before me, okay? But P.O.C. does not stop because they exit the unit at the same unit that I'm in. All right, monitoring conduct is constant, and it was merely a benefit to have the camera inside of the unit where I remained, where I was able to point it out as I am witnessing them engaging in the monitoring conduct, okay? So this is the medical workers as I encountered them, getting as many names as I can, and refusing to provide what are the identification numbers as they are working on behalf of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, okay? So this is medical worker, substantially similar to Christescu. This appears to be a Caucasian female. She's an aged Caucasian female with ear-length bob, Her hair is cut to about her chin or ear length, and it's white hair. She's has an accent, a foreign accent, and her name is substantially similar to Cristescu, spelled Christescu, or substantially similar to that. Tejpal, he goes by the name of TJ, spelled Tejpal. Raisa, spelled Raizah. Chris. Marisol. Chuna. Rio. Jones. I do have a 4-digit number for Nurse Jones, 3037. All right, and Kimberly H. Jonathan. Jasmine. Danielle. Carmen. Sharn D. So first name Sharn, last name D, period. And this medical worker provided me the 4-digit number of 1816. Okay, and the next one is Cruz. This is the name that was provided to me. This is a African American, or African because he actually has an accent. So, and he gave me the name of Cruz. He's bald, engaging in P.O.C. and harassment on more than one occasion, and they are all engaged in kidnapping while they're monitoring, and engaged in criminal defamation, and they are all on camera, and necessarily so, as I am getting their names while they are monitoring me at my cell door. This is Marissa, a doctor named M. Bashar, M as in Mary, M. period, last name Bashar, Beshar. Julia Cho, Cho, and Elizabeth. Okay, so I'm going on to Central Detention Center deputies now. Deputy Rochester, Deputy Fury, Velasquez, M. Utley, Deputy Castro, Deputy Fernandez, Deputy Healy, Deputy Cupid, Deputy Roberts, Deputy Anendrade. So that's spelled Anendrade. All right, these are deputies at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Deputy Robinson and Deputy Houston. I want to speak to these two specifically. On February 18, 2020, as I am kidnapped while Rogan orders, quote unquote, orders, she has no legal right to do so. It's a fake case, but she's using her capacity, her position as a judge to engage in a fake case and order under the guise of authority that I am arrested in court. And as I am arrested and I'm taken behind to a cell in the court, I'm on camera and I am subject to what is a sexual assault and battery by the deputies. And these are two African American females by the name of Robinson and Houston. And specifically what I want to speak to is this is I want to be clear, pursuant to any conduct by the government that's kidnapping you, that's arresting you, in any way touching you, they have no right to do any of the above. So every time that they are touching you in any way, placing handcuffs on you, searching you, taking your property, it's a criminal seizure of property. It is a sexual assault and battery. Every time they're touching your person, they place you in handcuffs. That's a battery. That's an assault and battery. This is all pursuant to monitoring. Okay, so I want to be clear on that, first of all. But I want to specifically note that this is what Lisa Rogan is also... I'm focused on Lisa Rogan because this is February 18th. This is following her engaging in kidnapping me on February 18th, and I'm taken behind, and I'm arrested by these deputies. But Lisa Rogan is not alone. This is a fictitious case that the officers of the court, that the police, all of which are engaged in. But Lisa Rogan, as I was stating, is engaged in this. She's facilitating what is the sexual violation of my person. And so as I am taken and I am on camera subject to what is an extraordinary search, okay? So this Deputy Robinson and Deputy Houston, as they are removing my my clothes, my jacket, and she goes underneath my shirt in order to feel inside of my bra. And she is, on more than one occasion, she is going inside of my bra, and there is no other way to put it other than she is literally feeling all around, like moving her fingers around my areolas. And she does this more than once. She does it twice. She goes inside of my bra, and her fingers are touching all over my areolas. And she's not just touching them. She's like her index finger and her middle finger, and she is like rubbing around them. I don't know what she would be searching for in that manner, and she does it more than once. And now understand, I am being monitored, and they are in the same way that they are creating audible activity as I use the bathroom, as I take a shower, like I'm going to pull out a communication device out of some cavity in my body. Understand that she is monitoring. But I want to be clear, this is sexually violent conduct, and this is excessive, and she's doing this on camera. And this is as Lisa Rogan has ordered me to be taken into custody, and I'm immediately taken back, and she is underneath my clothing. And this is Deputy Robinson and Deputy Houston, these two African-American women. One is standing right next to me, and the other one is going underneath my shirt into my bra. And on more than one occasion, she is touching with her fingers around my areolas. And I specifically wrote down that documentation, and I want to note that because this is going toward federal prosecution, and that is the sort of conduct that even if there was a real case and I was remanded and there was some, that's nothing but a sexual violation of a person, period. And this is, demented, perverted. It's on camera, though. So I want to be clear. This is what Lisa Rogan is facilitating. This is what the government is facilitating while they're monitoring, just engaging in having a field day with my areolas, all right? Deputy Robinson and Deputy Houston. That is February 18th, 2020, and that is on the camera. I'm standing right in front of the camera. And then after she engages in this, I want to note a statement that she said. This is speaking to knowledge of who I am. I've never met these deputies before. I did not tell them anything personal about myself. And Laura Alvarez did not utter a word. She sat down, remained seated in her seat as Lisa Rogan uttered this speech, which was criminal defamation, as I am being taken into custody. So let me be clear. Nothing was said about who I am and what my background is, okay? Deputy Houston and Robinson are not giving any explanation as to why I'm being arrested and why they are searching me. And I am actually really speaking to what is an outrage as to why she is so concentrated on what is in my bra. So as I speak to these two deputies in front of the camera, you have what is the statement by the deputy who says she puts me in handcuffs. You'll see that on camera as well. They leave me in the holding cell of the court. She places me in handcuffs in front. She handcuffs my arms in front of me. And one thing that she says is I am perplexed as to why I am being kidnapped because, again, Laura Alvarez said absolutely nothing. All right. She is in no way representing my interests whatsoever and not communicating. The only communication she had with me was in the email that I have published, which was about trial. Okay, less than 24 hours away on February 18th. Okay, so this was the state representing that there was supposed to be a trial, and this is why Laura Alvarez sent that email. Understand, that was an intentional ambush. They had no intention of holding a trial. Laura Alvarez fully engaged in P.O.C. If there was in fact any sort of hearing as to some cause, as Kara Hudson and Misha Moss claimed there was some mystery hearing that I was not a part of on February 14th stating a doubt declaration. There was no doubt declaration. And if there was, Laura Alvarez didn't know about it either because she emails me on February 17th at 3:30 in the afternoon talking about her tactic or what's going to happen at trial. Okay, understand, she's not doing anything but monitoring. She knows that I, at that time, don't have access to even receive her email. This is intentionally sent at that time. But understand, it is also that that which is occurring while it is not never known. It's not known at this time that I'm not going to remain in a kidnapped state. So what you have is evidence of indirect conflict with what they will state later. If there was a doubt declaration, then how come the attorney that emailed me about trial and less than 24 hours away did not state anything about that? Okay, this is the criminal conduct, and this is that which is literally making up information as they go along. Information that they cannot remain consistent with because the documentation is showing what is literally criminal conduct by this entity, by the officers of the court, by the judges. Literally making up information, making up names, making up hearings. All right. There was no doubt declaration. It did not happen. And I was not aware of it. And neither was Laura Alvarez based on the evidence, okay? They make up notes in their system. They make up information. They can make it up all they want. Laura Alvarez, who has an obligation, should have communicated that. There's a reason why she didn't, because at that time, there was not yet any claim of there being a doubt declaration yet, because there was no need to, because at that time, the idea was that I was going to be kidnapped and I was going to stay in that kidnapped state, but that's not what happened. I was kidnapped and I held up signs while I was kidnapped, and then I was released from being kidnapped. All right. So then after the fact, you have them coming up with what is an abysmal fail at seeking to come up with a narrative as to, well, why was she placed into a mental ward? Oh, because there was a doubt declaration, which also does not in any way satisfy why you're placed into a mental ward. That still is not an adequate justification for that. And by the way, a doubt declaration is also in conflict with putting one in a mental ward. If you are putting me in a mental ward, that means you have already established the fact that I'm supposed to be there. The entirety of that process was absolutely criminal and out of order. Okay, it was criminal conduct, period. So anyway, I just want to be clear on that. I'm going to digress from that. I have already published this information, and it is clear in black and white. All right. So with regard to these deputies, I just want to be clear on what is sexually violent conduct, a sexual assault and battery, and it is on camera. I'm standing right in front of the camera, and also their knowledge as to who I am as they're monitoring me and assaulting me and filling me up. All right. The deputy says, as I'm asking, I'm in a perplexed manner, why am I being taken into custody and, going to jail for what? And this deputy says, you're a lawyer. You figure it out. You know what remand is. You're a lawyer. And I just want to be clear. I never met this woman before. And there certainly was no talk in court that day about my being an attorney, about my practicing law, anything about my background. I literally stepped into court, and Lisa Rogan, who's already sitting on the bench monitoring me while I'm outside, okay, they're all monitoring, filled up the gallery. It is filled up with third parties. Okay, all of them with communication devices. The deputy's not saying anything about put your phones away, don't use your phones. Not saying anything about that because they're engaged in P.O.C. And this courtroom is armed with surveillance camera as well. All right, and so literally, as I walk in, my name is called. And let me be clear, on the schedule, it says on that calendar that it's supposed to be a trial. There was no trial, okay? There was no trial, and that was supposed to be an ambush. So I go into court, and the moment that I stepped in, because it's all about me, it was all about P.O.C. This is why, as I step in, Lisa Rogan's already on the seat. She's just waiting for me to come in. She calls my name, and within seconds, as I'm walking in, and she has me arrested. All right. There was no conversation. There was nothing. Laura Alvarez didn't even stand up. Okay. There was nothing said. And other than what Lisa Rogan said, and I am taken back. So how this deputy knows that I'm a lawyer or that I'm an attorney and or that I have any background in law whatsoever is an admission. All right. Also, I want to be clear on that. Who this woman is that's filling me up. Her hands are very fascinated with my breasts, okay? Specifically my areolas, as she's repeatedly rubbing her fingers against my areolas. And And then speaking to the fact, well, I'm an attorney and I should know why. And actually, it's a true statement. I am an attorney and I do know that they do not have any right to be doing this. But the fact that she is speaking to her knowledge of my background, my professional background, understand that is an admission out of the mouth of the state that is monitoring me, who's not supposed to know who I am while they're monitoring me. I just want to be clear on that. And this is the conversation that's occurring as I'm on camera, as I am sitting in handcuffs after I have been sexually assaulted and battered on camera. All right. After Lisa Rogan has me arrested in court. I just want to be clear on that. So I'm going to go ahead and name the rest of these deputies as I encountered them at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Deputy Woolley, badge 1801, Deputy Hubbard, Hubbard. This is a tall African-American male who on this day, February 18th, 2020, he is actually the one who transports me to West Valley Detention Center. And that will be seen on camera. He's monitoring me. As well. I mean, this is just systematic P.O.C. Everyone that I am naming is engaged in relevant positioning at the least. All right. They are at least engaged in relevant positioning and or activity and light activity creation. OK, they're all monitoring. This is the state engaged in ceaseless P.O.C. at what is the venue of the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse, and then transporting me to the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department at West Valley Jail. Deputy Apolcada, substantially similar, spelled Apolcada. Deputy Ortiz, this specific actor engaged in harassment and criminal defamation while he is monitoring me, and doing so again while I'm in a kidnapped state and assuming that I'm going to remain in that kidnapped state. So while they are monitoring, using a flashing light in the hallway of that Rancho Cucamonga courthouse where the cells are, and you take an elevator upstairs to get up to the courtrooms. They keep a flashing light in the hallway. The state is amplifying noise, cell door closures, walking around. You can hear everything is at a increased volume level for purposes of monitoring. You're hearing random noise, ongoing noise activity through the walls. Understand these are thick brick concrete walls, the same exact behavioral pattern, okay? And they are keeping a flashing light. That's light activity in the hallway. And this is P.O.C. while they are maintaining presence by the deputies at the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse as I am transferred from the court down to the cell area, and they have me place myself standing with handcuffs. They have me face the wall. I mean, weirdos. This is the demonic. That's the demonic feature. Understand that which is demonic is entirely demented. It is entirely demented. And these deputies, Woolley, Hubbard, not Hubbard. Hubbard wasn't standing right there, but he's present. He's monitoring as well. But Woolley, Morales, badge number 3005, Deputy Apolcada, they are standing in a line directly behind me. They order me to face the wall, all right? And I'm handcuffed. And they're just standing in a line directly behind me. Like, they're just standing behind me, not saying anything. The flashing light is in the hallway, and they're just standing there silent. It is the weirdest conduct ever. And I'm like, why am I don't say anything, but it's like, it is, this is entirely demented what I am documenting. And it is that which they are psychopaths. And they're psychopaths in deputy uniforms, okay? This is the pattern of conduct underway at the Rancho Cucamonga courthouse while I am being kidnapped. A judge engaging in kidnapping me and engaging in criminally defaming me. And then you've got these psychopath deputies that are just ordering me, because they have this position. So they're like, face the wall, okay? Because they can, all right? So they tell me to face the wall, and then they just stand there behind me. They just stand there staring at me with a flashing light in the hallway. That's light activity. And they're just standing there. They're just monitoring. Nothing is going on. I don't have a communication device on me. And I mean, I'm in jail. You've already searched. I mean, the lady searched my bra to the T. All right. I mean, unless they're not unless really what they are doing is they are engaged in a comprehensive search of my person. All right, you don't have to touch in order to search for when you're monitoring. Monitoring is a search for electronic information residing in a communication device, and they're doing so while they're standing behind me with light activity in the hallway, like a bunch of weirdos in a group. They're just huddled behind me, being silent while doing so. They're monitoring. All right, and it is entirely, I mean, weird and demented group conduct. And this is demonic activity. This is the demonic activity. And what's the difference? The only difference is that they're wearing deputy uniforms. And so they are engaged in the identical behavioral pattern, equally weird, equally psychopath, equally demon possessed. Okay. And so I just want to be clear on that. After this, they deny me lunch. All right. And it's well after 12. I mean, I'm at the court at like 8, 9 a.m., quickly taken into custody, denied lunch. I don't get any food. Deputy Hubbard takes me to West Valley, and this is seen on camera. And them standing behind me, light flashing in the hallway, this is on camera. I mean, I'm standing there facing the wall. They're monitoring, and you're looking at what is demonic activity. These are sickos, okay? Filling me up. Upstairs, the deputies upstairs filling me up, and then downstairs, and just standing in a group behind me, just monitoring like the freak weirdos that they are. Okay, just weird. You cannot engage in monitoring and do so in a way that does not seem weird, because you're looking at what the elements are. And so regardless of how they try to engage in the elements of monitoring, you're looking at a psychopath that is a psychopath, because the fact that they're monitoring you, and then they're trying to abide by what is the whole basis of the system, is that which is embedded into society. They can be doing whatever they're doing in relevant position, while light activity and audible activity, or sensational or light or visible activity, is maintained. And this is a psychopath that's doing so, necessarily so. They are entirely focused on you. All right, and operating under what is the now non-existent guise of what is supposed to be totally separate from what is in any way relating to you or pertaining to you. And while they are entirely focused on you, and let me be clear, a demon does not have to verbally address you. A demon doesn't even have to look at you. That demon aspect is that which is invisible, you cannot see. But you know them by what they are doing, by their deeds, their engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring. All right. Now, that is the context with which you can accept or not accept. It really doesn't matter. That's the truth, though. That is an ability to discern the twisted conduct that is practiced by the state of California. But the criminal elements are the objective engagement in criminal activity for monitoring with communication devices operated by the government and vicariously engaged in concert with the people of the state. That's subjective. There is nothing invisible about that aspect of it. There is nothing contextual about that. That's P.O.C. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and finish identifying the GLEN Helen Rehabilitation Center. The deputies engaged in P.O.C. there: Deputy Sanchez, Deputy Holguin, Smith, Cooper, Medina, Rodriguez, Ramos, Bush, Reed, Frank, Deputy Muro, Sandoval, M. Mason, who is not a deputy. This is like a captain or someone. He is someone of a different status, engaging in the P.O.C. They would literally walk down the walkway of, again, I was in women's dorm number 1, bed 43, and they would literally engage in, it was like some sort of ceremony that they would, like some sort of, it's crossing path. Okay. Let me be clear. They're engaging in relevant positioning. They're engaging in light activity. You're moving under what is light that is maintained, flickering light, while activity is maintained, light is maintained. They're engaging in nothing but crossing a path and or alignment as they are maintaining presence in the dorm, or presence in alignment in the cage where the deputies remained outside in the day room area, anywhere. That's all relevant position. Even in the dorms next into dorm 2, they're in alignment. You're in relevant position over there as well. Outside on the opposite side of the door, my bed aligned to the wall of dorm 1. That's intentional as well. They're in relevant position outside on the opposite side of that wall where my bed was aligned to that wall. And they are in relevant position as they are walking down the center of the walkway inside of dorm 1. And there was something that was very ceremonious about their conduct. Yes, they would engage in crossing path pursuant to, simultaneity to what I am engaged in. Amongst all of that noise, understand they were focused on what I was doing. All of that noise is in no way obstructing their ability to listen to even my bodily functions, monitoring and stalking with their presence and stalking with activity as they would engage in crossing a path with simultaneity to anything that any abrupt movement, and the inmates fully engaged in that same behavioral pattern. The inmates at Glen Helen taking a very key role, maintaining presence inside of that dorm, okay? This is why you have flickering light maintained inside of the bathroom and inside of that dorms, okay? It was P.O.C. central, all right? The deputies routinely engaging in molesting with light, using their flashlights day and night, reaching the depths from the day room, even inside of the bathroom. Understand that was P.O.C. while they were engaged in monitoring and touching me while they were monitoring me. Light activity maintained in the bathroom while you are physically indisposed in what is a private space. It does not change because I'm kidnapped inside of the bathroom. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is a sex offender. I'm now speaking about SIIS federal legislation. Okay, this is how you prosecute that. They're creating light activity in a private space and while you're physically indisposed. This is P.O.C. and that's monitoring conduct inside of that private space, which is not any less private because you remain kidnapped inside of that state facilitating venue. This is also while you are engaging in what is supposed to be a personal activity, a private activity. And again, I am kidnapped inside of a jail where they have removed the doors using the bathroom in front of everyone that is monitoring me. This is corporate invasion of privacy. By the entity that is literally listening to my bodily functions as I use the bathroom. This is how closely they are paying attention while they are maintaining at the same time noise and maintaining light, maintaining presence. Deputies hiding in the dorms as I go in the bathroom. This is seen on camera. This is all intentional, deliberate maintenance of presence in the path, even their very positions, both inside where I can see them and also where I can't see them. For example, if I go into the bathroom, I can't see what they're doing on the opposite side of the wall. This is all deliberate, and also where I cannot see on the outside of the building, opposite the wall where my bed is, opposite in the day room when I'm in the bathroom, for example. This is all deliberate positioning. This is all deliberate activity creation that is amplified. It was extraordinarily loud, not because there were over 100 girls in the dorm, but because the state is amplifying the sound of 100 girls in the dorm, amplifying the sound of constant toilet flushing, making everything louder than it actually is, okay? While the state is stalking by plane and helicopter, amplified inside of that dorm, all right? The state is directing light inside of the day room, reaching up to the heights of the ceiling in alignment to where my bed is from the day room. All right. The state is very precise with its placement of its directed light in the day room relative to where my bed is. All right. The state is creating light activity on a constant basis with the flickering lights inside of the dorm and the bathroom. And then when we go out to the day room for chow time, for example, flickering lights out there as well. All right. This is ongoing POC. And so these are the deputies. This is M. Mason, he is not a deputy. He is some other stature, a captain. I don't know what his exact position is, but I know that he's not a deputy. And their engagement in walking down the aisle, it's as though it was some sort of accomplishment. All right, this is what I am discerning. It's some sort of accomplishment as they would routinely engage in crossing path. It's criminal. They're engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring, but it was like they were engaging in some sort of celebration. No, they were not throwing up balloons and confetti as they are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring me, but it's like they were alternating some sort of celebratory routine as they were monitoring, walking down the aisle, bringing down different officials to do so. Not merely the deputies, but they were bringing down other officials. For example, this M. Mason, a captain, and others that they were bringing with them to monitor me. All right, because that's all that they were doing. They were monitoring, and they were bringing in other higher ranking officials to engage in the POC with them. All right, and this is seen on camera, and I mean, this is criminal conduct, and I'm just providing added context to what I am subject to, irrespective of the way that they would explain that. Understand, they can go down seeking to claim, oh, we're inspecting for radon. They can claim whatever they want. They were monitoring. And it was not just the deputies. The deputies were engaging in monitoring and quote unquote escorting officials of higher ranking who were monitoring me as well, coming into closer quarters, because they don't have to come inside of the dorm in order to engage in P.O.C. They stand outside of the day room in relevant position. They walk past the dorm in relevant position in the day room to monitor. They could be outside of the dorm on the opposite side of the wall where my bed is, monitoring, okay? So I just want to be clear, they were specifically coming into close quarters, engaging in the criminal elements of activity creation and relevant positioning while light activity is maintained. They were monitoring, period. I am providing that which I am aware based on, discerning the general vicious and demented conduct that this entity has routinely engaged in. And there was sort of like this celebratory, sort of ceremonious tone to the ways in which they were engaging in crossing a path by walking down the aisle of the dorm, as they did every time that they did while I was kidnapped. Okay, again, under the false notion that I'm going to remain in that kidnapped state. No, I'm not. I'm not going to remain kidnapped, and I'm going to document. I'm going to prosecute. This is going to be a means of forming federal policy to prosecute this entity. All right, but this entity operates on the here and the now. All right, very short-sighted, very much focused on what they are doing at the moment, which is how criminals operate. They go from moment to moment to moment. All right, anyway, that is M. Mason, some male who is not a deputy, engaging in P.O.C. monitoring me. And this is that which they would routinely do, bringing in males and engaging in the P.O.C. I mean, they just wanted to, I guess, take a turn and monitor me, I guess. But it's on camera, all right? It is on camera while I remain inside of that dorm. They were engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring while I would remain kidnapped, illegally confined inside of that venue, while the state is stalking by plane and helicopter, which is amplified inside of that inside of that dorm, which is impossible audible activity, which is part of the ongoing pattern of planes and helicopters being everywhere that I am at. And the ongoing amplification of that inside of the dorm, all right? While the state is stalking with its light source. The state is directing light inside of the day room area. And this is not just, not only is it placing directed light. I mean, it was so ridiculous. The state was aiming directed light that would reach up to the ceiling, the top of the heights of the wall, along on the same wall where the cage for the deputies are, that same wall reaching all the way up to the top of the wall. I mean, that is not sunlight. It's absolutely ridiculous. But these are the hallmarks that are present. All elements are maintained while these officials are monitoring with the deputies, okay, engaging in this ceremonious little false celebration of while they're monitoring me inside of GLEN HELEN Rehabilitation Center, taking their turns at engaging in P.O.C. Deputy Rubalcava, this is an African-American female or African female. I don't know if she's African-American or not, but her name spelled substantially similar to Rublecava, Rubalcava. And Deputy Kabluyan, spelled substantially similar to Kahbluyen. And medical worker Heidi, this is the one where she is engaged in seeking me out. I am in no way soliciting. I am in no way, in any way, in need of, or first of all, I'm there illegally. They're kidnapping me. They're monitoring me. But I'm not even engaging in anything that is going to prompt some soliciting by the mental health department at all. I am, and this is P.O.C, and this is where they start targeting, and it begins with who identifies this is a Caucasian female, and she's a heavyset, and I want to say that her hair color was like a reddish, orangish reddish hair color, if I recollect correctly. But regardless, this is March 4th, 2020, and it would be seen on camera where I am coming from the visit by Tracy Banks, a third party. And then from the visit, I am told that a Heidi with mental health worker wants to speak with me, and I immediately am like, no, thank you. And they're oh, okay, well, can you just go tell her that you don't want to talk to her? And then this is the means whereby they're claiming that I talked to her and that she made some diagnosis, when all I told her was that I don't want to talk to you and I'm not signing anything. I'm not going to submit to your evaluation. All right. So that's P.O.C. and this is the specific names of some of those actors representing the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring and criminal obstruction of justice. This is criminal defamation. This is systematic criminal harassment and threats and sexually violent conduct, the routine sexual violence and molesting and touching with light while they're monitoring and harassing. And this is that which is the kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice, acting in concert with the police, with the courthouse, all serving the criminal purpose of seeking to conceal the fact that they are indeed monitoring, while they are continuously monitoring as they have me kidnapped inside of those facilities. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, acting via West Valley Detention Center in Rancho Cucamonga, California, the Central Detention Center in what is San Bernardino, California, or maybe Rialto, California, but it is nonetheless in San Bernardino County. I believe it's San Bernardino, California, and the HELEN Rehabilitation Center in San Bernardino, California, which I believe is sometimes referred to as HELEN, I guess, but it's right there off of the freeway, which I identify as San Bernardino. So it is, this is P.O.C. of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and I will publish what are the another form of documentation speaking to my location, speaking to the engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring, as I am submitting what are grievance reports pursuant to that which is in violation of Title 15, and it is also that which is the maintenance of that environment for monitoring. The harassment of slamming my cell doors by the inmates, denying me tier time by the deputies, criminal obstruction of justice, trying as much as they can to keep me off of camera, also keeping me in that confined state. It is easier to monitor me while I am kept at that state. Also, amplifying the sound of all manner of activity. It is exceptionally loud. They engage in disregarding ordinary rules where during their tier time, they don't have any business over here creating a disturbance over toward the inmates that are not out at tier time. Go enjoy your tier time, but they're not. They're congregating around the cellmates' doors around that is relevant position to my cell, while the state is amplifying their audible activity, while they are engaging in patrolling conduct, walking back and forth and back and forth. Everything that they are doing is engaging in the ongoing maintenance of presence and activity creation, while the state is engaged in the business of maintaining light. This is the state's directed light and creating light activity as the deputies engage, acting in concert with that same criminal system. The deputies engaging in stalking via hiding in the units overnight. All right, I'm speaking specifically about West Valley Detention Center, but this is also that which Central Detention Center could feasibly engage in. Although because of the structure of that cell, of that jail, I did not see it. Right? But based on the behavioral pattern, very much so engaging and remaining in relevant position at the hallways, at the ends of the hallways. Because they are always engaged in stalking and maintaining presence in order to engage in what is crossing path pursuant to what they are with knowledge, aware of what I'm doing. All they're doing is monitoring, listening, and at the moment the time is opportune for purposes of crossing path, for maintaining presence. They appear out of nowhere. They're not appearing out of nowhere. They were already there, and they engage in crossing a path after stalking, loitering, in other words, remaining in alignment in relevant position. In West Valley, this is seen on camera late in the night. They are engaging in stalking inside of the unit. Understand, this is the government that is engaged in group stalking. So they are not only engaged in what is blatant loitering in relevant position. Understand that they are present, representing the state that is monitoring. That is the government that is hiding in the darkness, wearing a deputy uniform and or medical worker attire, loitering in relevant position, creating activity, and or light activity that is also being created while they are present in the path. And doing so very often, more than not, inconspicuously, okay? So this is more than their the conduct of their routine, what is supposed to be, what is appearing under the guise of what's supposed to be the ordinary functions of the jail. They're monitoring, all right? They're not engaging in what is mere routine of doing their walks through the unit. They're group stalking. They're monitoring. They are maintaining presence. And they are present, again, not in any individual capacity. They are not engaging in their job as that individual deputy. They are present representing the state that is monitoring me. They are group stalking in that jail. And the criminal elements of monitoring are underway. They are engaging in that conduct vicariously. Well, they're not acting vicariously because the sheriff's department represents the state directly. But I want to be clear, this is all that which is being done vicariously on behalf of the government that's monitoring me, okay? And so not only are they engaging in presence, which is group stalking on behalf of the government while I'm kidnapped inside of the jail, this is the abiding by that behavioral pattern. So they're not just engaging in a walk through the unit while they're patrolling through. They enter in at very precise timing. They enter in while light is being maintained in the unit. They enter in pursuant to the activity that they are listening to me as I am inside of the cell engaged in. All right. It's the exact same behavioral pattern underway, and they are using their function as a deputy and or medical worker, even an inmate, in order to engage in the elements of monitoring that is crossing path chiefly as they are entering and exiting the units, literally doing that pursuant to an ongoing method of stalking with activity. All right. It is the exact same pattern of conduct underway. All elements are maintained and the behavioral pattern is sustained while I'm inside of this unit, while, by the way, I am there pursuant to what is kidnapping, which is also direct evidence of what the state is engaged in. You're not kidnapping me for just no reason whatsoever. You are not engaged in disregarding the very federal law that you are subject to under Title 15 for no reason whatsoever. You are not engaged in coincidentally denying me tier time where I would have access to a camera to document you, where I happen to be already engaged in long-term documentation of what happens to be monitoring by a government for no reason. These are not coincidences. This is federal group stalking and monitoring by the sheriff's department. And this is the system underway inside of that venue. And that is P.O.C.
The state's criminal act of obstruction of justice, which happened to be through the method of what was a kidnapping by an entity, kidnapping through the means of executing what was an entirely fictitious prosecution, meaning a prosecution that does not actually exist as a matter of record. It exists as a matter of record because the entity itself, that is the court, that is the officers of the court, that are the offices that are engaged in, such as the district attorney's office, the public defender's office. You are talking about those who are in positions to create a record, to artificially engineer, to manufacture the information so that on the surface there appears to be an actual prosecution, an actual case, events and records that exist in order to quote unquote evidence such of such a prosecution, of such a case, resulting in what is confinement, which is kidnapping by that entity that's engaging in that criminal system. And it is also serving what is the intent to criminally defame, because you are being imprisoned in what is the criminal objective, which is to kidnap inside of the mental ward. And that's the significance of what I documented, the state of California acting via the Rancho CUCAMONGA Superior Court, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino County Public Defender's Office, the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, the San Bernardino County Probation Department. All of these actors acting as a coordinated entity. They're acting as one. This is a machine that is at work with regard to the ultimate endeavor to kidnap indefinitely in a mental ward where there is, in fact, not only no legal basis, but no actual criminal case in existence. While this entity that is engaging in that criminal endeavor, which is a fictitious prosecution, which is how the government that is engaging in surveillance and what shall be recognized as terrorism in concert with the people of the state, uses a fictitious prosecution to confine you. That is the criminal that's engaging in kidnapping. It is the recognition of the government's way of taking away your freedom and doing so in direct violation of the very laws that it is in charge of executing and applying to as a matter of maintaining order in our society, our supposedly, allegedly constitutional society. So with regard to the documentation of this pattern of conduct, the state's criminal act of obstruction of justice via this fictitious prosecution, the case name being the people of the state of California versus Erica Lorraine Spencer. Again, case number MWV200000640. This act of kidnapping by the entity, which is the criminal conduct of the government itself, that is seeking to avoid exposure, prosecution, and being exposed as the hypocrite and the criminal that it is and the despicable one that it is. This is obstruction of justice. Understand obstruction of justice and engaging in obstruction of justice via a kidnapping. That kidnapping is being accomplished through what is a fictitious prosecution. This fictitious prosecution is that act of obstruction of justice by the entity that is acting directly. Now, this is what is a part of the overall pattern of conduct. The government that is engaging in what is surveillance and terrorism, which is, again, the criminal system that is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring. This system that is underway, the entity that is engaging in this is revealing not only what is an entirely infected system with regard to demon possession and the people that are incorporating those positions, in the government, in the court system, of law enforcement, of all of the offices that I'm identifying. It is revealing what is rampant public corruption that has been, you're literally ripping off what is the shell and showing all of the maggots, all right, all of the infection, the pus and the sickness that exists, all right, while you are understanding what is the criminal system of federal group stalking and monitoring that remains underway. And then what is the fictitious prosecution? It is none other than that criminal, that is the government itself, seeking to obstruct justice, engaging in a kidnapping and using its position as the court, as the police, as the DA, as the PD, while they are as one entity together seeking to confine one, that is kidnap one, who is subject to that system, becoming aware of it, documenting it, seeking to confront it and enforce their constitutional and human rights. And that is the big picture with regard to what I have documented the state of California engaging in via this fictitious prosecution, the people of the state of California versus Erica Lorraine Spencer, case MWV200000640. Now, with regard to this kidnapping, this single case, I was subject to multiple acts of kidnapping. All right, you're talking about multiple times, again, kidnapped with regard to the initiation of a fictitious prosecution. This is the criminal act of what was Jason Knighton and Lester Keys on January 13, 2020, where you're talking about starting off an act of kidnapping by the state where you are engaging in what is an illegal arrest and then waging what are waging what are false assertions. All right. So this is with regard to the policy that I advocate and what is the breaking down of what is public corruption, a government that's actually engaging in criminal conduct while on the outside, the shell, or again, the assumption, which is entirely unfounded, where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, where that pattern of conduct is established, the government is relieved, it is stripped of, it is absolutely removed. There is no legitimacy. The government does not get to engage in and claim by virtue of its identity that they engaged in such and such acts and it is valid because that actor, the government itself, says so. And that is literally the entire basis of the validity of our constitutional government. And when you're understanding what is the criminal that is the government, that is all removed. The government no longer has that stance of legitimacy. It is no longer in that position, and it is the absolute removal, and it is also the recognition of what is the very danger that is posed where that government is the actual criminal, which is literally the case where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. And again, federal group stalking and monitoring is literally state surveillance and what shall be recognized as terrorism. State surveillance is underway by a government that is engaging in an entirely satanic targeting system. That is in violation of existing federal law. Again, that's Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. All right, and so with regard to this fictitious prosecution, subject to what is a kidnapping by the Ontario Police. This is the entity engaging in kidnapping. An illegal arrest is how you are initiating this ongoing conspiracy to indefinitely kidnap inside of a mental ward, and doing so by illegally arresting and then just the criminal assertion of false allegations. That's a criminal act where the pattern of conduct is underway. All right. This is the understanding the process whereby the entity is acting together as that criminal machine, all right, that infected machine that it is, all the maggots, because this is the reality of what is the government and its posture, in seeing it in that genuine form, whereas the government is ordinarily given that presumption of legitimacy and what the government says. Okay, all right, they are in the position, we have agreed to be governed by, this body, but this is not the case. The government is acting outside of its constitutional bounds. It's acting and usurping grounds with regard to the violation of constitutional rights, and American citizens never agreed to be placed under surveillance and have their constitutional rights violated by virtue of engaging in that and then doing it with the people of the state. This is a massive criminal act that is in every way in violation of not only Title 18. You're talking about invasion of privacy by a government. You're talking about sexual violence by a government. You're talking about what is kidnapping by a government that then wants to obstruct your ability to enforce your rights. All right. And this is the big picture. And so with regard to understanding, again, the initiation of this kidnapping, that was the January 13, 2020, the Ontario Police Department who kidnapped pursuant to what are literally waging false allegations. While you are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, you're already under surveillance. You're stalking at the outset. You already know where I'm at. You have planned to engage in what is seizing my person as I am documenting you, engaging in that pattern of conduct. And then you are waging false allegations. And then you have what is the cooperative criminal conduct of the entity at work. And this is where you have what is the use of devices such as the declaration of probable cause, where there is absolutely no probable cause under the facts as they exist, as Jason Knighton literally admitted on this documentation, waging false allegations that also do not provide any probable cause to arrest. Let alone this legal doctrine of probable cause does not apply when you are operating as the criminal itself. You don't have the actual authority under the law. This is no longer in existence. This is the criminal, and it shall be understood. And this is how the government is looked at from the outset, and understanding that. All right. The criminal that is the government, where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, is operating as a legitimate actor and operating under the guise of that. And that is assuming the ignorance of the people who, and I don't mean the people of the state that are engaging in surveillance. I mean, those American citizens. We are the people who are, agreeing to be governed by, our the government bodies, the public entity itself, but never agreeing to have our constitutional rights violated. This is not the basis of that contract. All right, and I'm speaking to what is, U.S. history with regard to what is that fundamental contract between the government and the people. Not given any rights to exist and have individual rights. It's not granted by any man or any government body. It is given to us, right? Or so this is what we are understanding with regard to in the United States, that is. Okay, there is an expectation of constitutional rights and laws which govern the proper conduct of the government and those rights that we maintain as American citizens. And that is where we are different from what is in other countries such as, some third world country, where, by the way, let me be clear, the same surveillance is underway. I want to be clear, but you're talking about what is occurring in the United States under the fallacy of free society. And that is what is so egregious and what is so despicable about what the United States is doing. And this is the United States. It's occurring in the state of California. It is occurring in the United States. All right. And so with regard to the initiation of this kidnapping, again, starting on January 13, 2020, this was the fictitious prosecution that I remained subject to, kidnapped from January 13th to January 28, 2020. I am kidnapped again on February 18, 2020 until April 22nd, 2020. I am released. I am kidnapped again September 25th, 2020 to December 4th, 2020. I am released. I am kidnapped again June 18, 2021 to August 16, 2021. This is the repeated acts to engage in the completion of the objective of kidnapping me in the first place, which was to kidnap indefinitely inside of a mental ward. That's the whole purpose behind engaging in what is a fictitious prosecution. And it is indeed a fictitious prosecution where I am arrested illegally upon what are the upon what are the assertion of absolutely false allegations by an entity that's engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. That's a criminal act. All right, you're talking about what is then engaging in the initiation of what is a fictitious prosecution. That's why January 17, 2020, before attorney Shannon Lee Faherty at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is non-existent when I am kidnapped again on February 18, 2020. You were talking about remaining in what is confinement from February 18, 2020 to April 22nd, 2020, where the entity is in stating on the record, and by the record, I put this in air quotes because this is a record that is existing, but not actually existing. And by existing, meaning I have paperwork speaking to what is actually my presence, the fact that I was seized, my person seized, my property seized, was placed into jail, and the government literally using the criminal system in order to engage in a kidnapping. And it is on the surface appearing as though it is the ordinary and legitimate practice of law and order in the court, engaging in the business of the people, and it is actually criminal conduct that is underway inside of a state facilitating venue that is the courthouse. And so this is how I am provided with what are booking records, with what are the documentation provided by law enforcement who are signing documents, and understand this is all the ability to document the entity that's engaging in public corruption. This is why you are provided with that. The entity is not engaging in the United States, in California. The government is not merely seizing your person without any paperwork and just throwing you into a jail cell because this is the outright and clear appearance of what is improper. The entity is engaging in public corruption, appearing on the outside as though this is ordinary, appropriate, and lawful conduct by the government itself. Hence, you've got this paperwork. But again, once you are delving into the details, I was subject to an arraignment on January 17, 2020 by Shannon Lee Faherty, who was not a judge, she's an attorney at the time. All right, who was engaging in a fictitious prosecution, period, regardless of her status. But she's not even present as a judge. She is an attorney at the time. And she's engaging in a fictitious prosecution. It is fictitious because you are understanding and you are witnessing through the documentation that is fully published for your own eyes to see on my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com, as opposed to what I am describing on my podcast and that which I am describing as plain and obvious. Those are that's the terms that I'm using because it is plain and obvious. But now you can see what is plain and obvious. The documentation itself is published on my website, okay? And you can see what is the conflict and what is the absence of a genuine and true record while the government literally engaged in criminal conduct as it was proceeding to repeatedly engage in kidnapping me over and over and over again. And so for example, the January 17th, 2020 arraignment, this is not an actual existing criminal case. This is the ongoing execution of a fictitious prosecution. And this is why I am subject to what is an indefinite confinement on February 18, 2020, where I am denied a trial in what is a criminal case. The minute order, for example, on January 17th, the minute order for that arraignment, it is speaking to, and it is treated as an admission in writing, where the entity is placed in writing on that minute order that a commitment, pending commitment has been printed out. This is visible on the documentation that I have published on my website. It is revealing at the outset, but you're talking about what is the arrest for a illegal arrest. That's the false assertion that is the false allegation that is waged by the Ontario police, who literally are engaging in that because they need to arrest me in order to get me working active in the system in order to secure a kidnapping into a mental ward. That's how they started. They illegally arrest me. Okay, pursuant to what is arrest for obstruction of an officer. You have what is on the minute order for an arraignment, for an ordinary obstruction of an officer charge. You have what is written in the notes on this minute order revealing the conspiracy to engage in a commitment and indefinitely kidnap inside of a mental ward by virtue of what is this note that's on that minute order that is dated January 17th, where I'm subject to an alleged arraignment by Shannon Lee Faherty that a commitment pending a document has been printed out. That is speaking to the intent to engage in confinement in a mental ward. And it is also, again, where the entity is engaging in criminal activity under the guise of ordinary court process in the state facilitating venue of the courthouse. You're talking about where does this even come into play with regard to what is an allegation for an obstruction of an arrest, albeit an illegal arrest. Sure, it is literally an assertion, a false assertion by Ontario police, and they never have any probable cause whatsoever. But you're talking about what is speaking to the creation of what are grounds for why they are doing what they are doing. This is the intent behind placing such notation on that minute order. But you're looking, it is entirely out of place. There is no grounds for it. And you're talking about what is Shannon Lee Faherty. There is no grounds for it with regard to what is printing on a minute order on the date of an arraignment that you have printed up a commitment pending a document. but it is revealing what is an intent to engage in committing one into a mental ward and doing so unlawfully while, by the way, federal group stalking and monitoring remains underway. Okay. And so, like I said, January 17, 2020, this is a kidnapping. It is an entirely fictitious prosecution. You are talking about what is my remaining kidnapped on February 18th. I am not given any trial. Lisa Rogan engages in what is criminal defamation while participating in a fictitious prosecution, stating that I am going to be, I'm remanded into custody and that I am to be subject to examination because I would not submit to it outside of custody. Essentially, she is referencing the fact that the intent to engage in what is committing one to a mental ward. When I arrived, and I have every reasonable expectation, including the communication between myself and my alleged public defender, Laura Alvarez, who was emailing me the day prior on February 17, 2020. This is the ongoing demonstration of ignorance as to an intent to engage in some sort of remanding for a commitment pending trial recall hearing, which never existed. This is what I mean by fictitious. The entity is engaging in starting a criminal case and creating information while they go along with that criminal case. There was never any trial recall hearing. There was never any, first of all, grounds for that. Lisa Rogan had never met me prior to that day. Kyle Brody had no grounds to engage in some sort of, and again, this is referenced under the California Rules of Court and the California Penal Code, where they are abusing Penal Code Section 1370 for purposes of commitment and the question of what is the mental competency of a defendant. And this is the abuse of that law in order to engage in a kidnapping in a mental ward. Lisa Rogan has no grounds for this. I just met her this day on February 18th, where I should have been given a trial for what is a obstruction of justice charge, PC 148A1. You're talking about what is inserting the sections relevant to the question of the mental competency of a defendant in order to engage in that defamatory process with the intent, while you are making up information, you're kidnapping inside of what is a jail in order to engage in artificially engineering information that's going to support what is an entirely defamatory and libelous claims by medical workers who are engaged in federal group stalking as well, who are engaged in kidnapping as well, who are engaged in kidnapping while there is absolutely no criminal case in existence. This is the big picture, all right? And this is occurring while I'm kidnapped on February 18, 2020 to April 22nd, 2020. Again, all of my documentation is published on my website where you can look at the documentation itself. It's published on there, and you're looking at what is the criminal conduct of a court as opposed to what is handling the business of the people engaging in what is justice, which is what the court system is supposed to be doing. September 25th, 2020 is the third act of kidnapping from third-party facilitating venue, Economy Inn, where I'm documenting the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring. I'm subject to surveillance and terrorism at Economy Inn, the entity engaging in criminal summoning. I am kidnapped by the Ontario Police Department, who assert a fictitious warrant, a warrant that does not exist. In other words, a warrant that only exists because they are saying it exists, making it up. How do you know this? While I am kidnapped, supposedly by what is the grounds of some existent warrant, it is referencing what is a fictitious case. And you understand all this because while I am then kidnapped, you have what is seeking to suppress my presence in that jail, not providing me an ID, immediately stripping my clothes off, cutting my clothes off, handcuffing me and placing me into the mental ward, and then seeking to force me to submit to a duplicate arraignment, trying to arraign me a second time. But what about January 17, 2020? What was that before attorney Shannon Lee Faherty? You called it an arraignment, right? You engaged in executing what was supposedly a prosecution. You are understanding as you are going through the process and as I am documenting it, what is an entirely fictitious case. You do not have an arraignment. You're seeking to kidnap me inside of a mental ward because your ultimate conspiracy, which is noted on a minute order dated January 17, 2020, commitment pending, you intend to what is kidnap inside of a mental ward where you never had any right to arrest in the first place, all right? But again, September 25th, the third act of kidnapping, all right, this is the third attempt to ultimately engage in placing me into a mental ward permanently. That's the intent. They repeatedly engage in this act of kidnapping over and over again. And so September 25th, 2020 is the third act. within the same fictitious case to to kidnap me and try to kidnap and keep inside of a mental ward. While I am kidnapped, while you're asserting a warrant that does not exist, while I have absolutely zero court hearings, I'm familiar with the legal process. If you're asserting a warrant, then I'm entitled to what is a hearing immediately, actually. And you're talking about sooner than later, and it is verified. You can see it on surveillance cameras. I'm kidnapped on September 25th under the guise of what is supposed to be the assertion of a warrant. It, in fact, does not exist, which is why I am on surveillance camera, remaining inside of the facility of West Valley Detention Center. I'm not taken to any court hearing. And by the way, if you have what is supposedly a warrant in what is an existing case, this is how you know it is a fictitious case, because it is the entity which is a matter of record, documented on my website. You can look at it yourself. I don't have any pen. They don't give you ink pens in jail. I am not the one that is writing the cell number in SMIL, which is serious mental illness lockdown, the area where I'm at in 9C7 on September 28th, where the deputy is on camera bringing the paperwork to me. You see it. This is an act of coercion. It's coercion not because he is there asking, do you want to go to arraignment, which is an admission that you don't have an existing case. But yet you are arresting pursuant to what is the assertion of a warrant. And you are trying to force me to subject myself to a duplicate of arraignment. This is an entirely fictitious case. This is the September 25th, 2020 kidnapping to December 4th, 2020. I remain pursuant to another act of kidnapping. I am kidnapped again on June 18, 2021. August 16, 2021. And this is again pursuant to the same fictitious prosecution. There was never an arraignment, which is why I remained in jail, never having any court hearings, never submitting to any or acknowledging or providing any consent or in any way having no relationship with any medical worker while you kidnap me in the mental ward. You can go ahead and do that. You can place me in the clothing of the mental ward. You can engage in keeping me there and placing around me medical workers. That does not create a relationship. It does not create legal consent. It does not erase my knowledge of my legal rights that remain in existence regardless of the criminal activity of the public entity, regardless. It does not make one mentally incompetent where the government is trying to dress you as one who is mentally incompetent and surround you with those who are supposedly creating information in order to appear and portray you as one in receipt of their services because you are allegedly in need of those mental health services. This is the ongoing criminal activity, and it is a concerted, cooperative criminal act. Okay. And this is what the entity is doing, and that's why February 18th to April 22nd, 2022, there is no relationship with the medical workers. You're talking about what is harassment. You're talking about what is kidnapping inside of the mental ward. You're talking about what is my ongoing documentation on surveillance cameras while I remain kidnapped. By the way, subject to federal group stalking and monitoring. The demon possessed, all right, that are of the government body itself. June 18th, 2021 to August 16th, 2021, this same exact fictitious prosecution is the grounds upon which the Ontario police are asserting a non-existent warrant. It didn't exist on September 25th. That's why you tried to force me to submit to a duplicate arraignment. I did not submit to that duplicate arraignment, and so you opt to just keep me in jail indefinitely, which is exactly what they were doing from September 25th, 2020 to December 4th, 2020, taking me to court on October 14th, 2020, which is more than 19 days, which is verified on surveillance cameras. And this is while the entity that is Kara Hudson is engaging in entertaining a fictitious prosecution where she does nothing other than monitor me inside of the court, which is a state facilitating venue, setting and scheduling what is a future court date that never occurs. Okay, and doing so pursuant to what is the defamatory engagement of what is citing Penal Code 1370, specifically Penal Code 1368 in order to schedule what is a 1368 trial this is addressing what is a question of mental competency of the defendant. And while doing so, you are necessarily disregarding what is my full capability to articulate what happened, the fact that I was denied a trial, that was timely and that I no way waived by Lisa Rogan on February 18th. Kara Hudson is necessarily disregarding the fact that I have sat in jail for over 19 days in a mental ward, stripped of my clothing, upon assertion of a warrant that does not actually exist, after seeking to duplicate an arraignment that supposedly occurred on January 17, 2020, before Shannon Faherty at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Kara Hudson, on October 14, 2020 is engaging in a fictitious prosecution, is engaging in what is criminal defamation, engaged in this conspiracy to confine in a mental ward, and necessarily is doing so by disregarding. You have to disregard, because in order to listen to me and articulate and fully demonstrate that Penal Code 1368, Penal Code 1370 don't apply. In other words, Lisa Rogan is a kidnapper, is a criminal, all right? On February 18th, that's what she engaged in. You are necessarily disregarding what it is that I am telling you. And what the attorneys engaged in criminal incompetence are also disregarding, and everyone acting as one entity, one machine, the criminal, seeking to engage in kidnapping together. That's why you have that. And it is necessarily the case because my full capability of articulating facts as they occurred, articulating what happened as a matter of record, articulating what are my legal rights. You don't even have a right to keep me in jail as of October 14, 2020. Oh, you have to maintain a deaf ear to that in order to continue with the execution of a fictitious case and the criminal objective of defamation in order to confine it in a mental ward. That is what is ongoing by September 25th, 2020 to December 4th, 2020. It does not somehow convert into a genuine case. On June 18, 2021, it remains a fictitious warrant that is asserted by the Ontario Police, again, seeking to restart this criminal endeavor to ultimately kidnap in a mental ward indefinitely. That's the ultimate destination. That's a criminal act by the entity. That's the objective. And they are engaging in this again, asserting a non-existent warrant, only existing because the demons of the Ontario Police Department said that it existed. You can make it up. That's exactly what they did. It is equally fake. It did not exist on September 25th. That's why you are referencing a case that doesn't exist. It's not even started by an arraignment. This is confirmed by what is the provision of the documentation to go to video court on September 28th, okay? This is the same fictitious case. And they repeated this criminal act, asserting a non-existent warrant. And then this is, again, continued by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, asserting a non-existent warrant. And this is originating with the court, asserting a non-existent warrant in what is a fictitious case. And while then you engage in criminally seizing my person, which is a kidnapping, while federal group stalking and monitoring remains underway, understand this is always the case, you are asserting a fictitious warrant and then again seeking to duplicate an arraignment that never existed. January 17, 2020 is a fictitious prosecution. And that is why you are kidnapping, asserting a warrant that doesn't exist. And then while you have my person, that while you are engaged in kidnapping, seeking to coerce the initiation of a fictitious prosecution. And that's why you're seeking to duplicate an arraignment. And this is why documentation is so probative of what is the criminal conduct of the court. I submitted to an arraignment January 17, 2020. You're talking about what is a misdemeanor, big picture. Misdemeanor case, you have a year to bring that. It's been over a year. You're talking about what is the untimely arraignment on January 17th. Nonetheless, you're talking about what is filing of a fictitious prosecution. Nonetheless, January 15, 2020, June 18, 2021, it is well over a year in order to bring this misdemeanor case. All right. But this is dealing with the entity that's operating under the fictitious authority. They're operating under fictitious authority. This is the criminal that is engaging in a fictitious case in order to kidnap inside of a mental ward. But this is the big picture. It's entirely fictitious. It's entirely a fake case. All right. And you're talking about what are ongoing acts of coercion to repeatedly engage in kidnapping and force one whom I know the law and I know my rights. And so you're repeatedly kidnapping and trying to force me to engage in providing you what is the ammunition, the ability to restart a case that's not even real. That's why you want to arraign me. And in order to get me to do that, you're kidnapping me and claiming a warrant in a case that doesn't exist. That's why you're trying to arraign me. An arraignment is the initiation of a case. Okay? And this is exactly what's ongoing June 18, 2021. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, this pattern, and this documentation is fully revealed and published on my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. While federal group stalking and monitoring ceaselessly is underway, federal group stalking and monitoring is the engagement by a public entity, the state of California, that is engaging in what is a satanic, it's not just an ordinary targeting, not just monitoring, it is a satanic targeting system. The government is literally puppets of Satan engaging in what is a satanic targeting system in violation of Title 18. The people of the state who are of this very specific condition, this condition of demon possession is relevant to what is revealing and what shall be understood and legislated as terrorism. You are stalking as an entity, and the people of the state that are the vicarious aspect of this entity are inside of what is a state facilitating venue, engaging in that ongoing demonic behavioral pattern, stalking with light, stalking in the path, which is relevant positioning by the demon possessed, and stalking with audible activity, including amplification of audible activity, while this demented, i.e. satanic pattern of conduct, which is achieving what is surveillance that I remain subject to in the state facilitating venues of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who is engaged in kidnapping with the court, with the police. I am kidnapped by an entity while this surveillance and terrorism remains underway. What I documented while I remain subject to the repeated acts of kidnapping pursuant to this fictitious prosecution, again, case MWV2000640, while I am subject to this kidnapping, the entity engaged in the ongoing pattern of conduct. And what I documented, as I remain subject to it, I continue to document the entity while I was subject to a kidnapping, okay? While the entity is trying to obstruct justice and kidnapping me through an entirely fictitious case, I continue to document the people of the state. The people of the state, while the entity kept what is a fake sun over the vehicles that I was inside of belonging to the Sheriff's Department, while I'm being driven from and to the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, a state facilitating venue where I remain kidnapped, subject to a fictitious prosecution, the entity placing what is a fake sun over that courthouse and remaining there from the morning as I arrive, as I remain chained and handcuffed for the duration of the day. This is torture that the entity is engaging in while it's kidnapping me. All right. And these are demons deriving pleasure out of it. All right. Engaging in a kidnapping. All right. And this is the reality. This is the bigger picture. And a fake sun is remaining over that courthouse all day long, which I witnessed. All right. And I documented the people of the state while they were engaged in the same exact stalking conduct, the same exact system of surveillance underway, the same exact demonic activity, which is terrorism, that I have documented outside of the kidnapping by this entity. Documented license plates, documented those who come inside of the court engaging in kidnapping while you're participating in the pattern of conduct. While an ongoing kidnapping is underway, you are documented engaging in what is kidnapping on behalf of the entity, the people of the state. That's the significance. In the same way, any other kidnapper snatching a child, for example, or an adult, you can kidnap an adult, engaging in kidnapping of a person who has any sort of partner that is acting with it. While you're serving food to the kidnapper or the kidnappee, you are acting and facilitating, actively engaging in that kidnapping. While you are engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, while the entity is engaging in obstruction of justice, kidnapping via fictitious prosecution, as the people of the state have been documented, fake sun remaining over me while I'm being transported to and from the court and from West Valley, fake sun remaining over me while I am inside of the court, being molested with directed light while I'm on the vehicles, inside of the vehicles of the Sheriff's Department. Ongoing sexual violence, that is. I am subject to what is sexual violence, molestation with directed light, while inside of the cells, impossible light activities being aimed inside of the cells, okay? And the entity engaging in this demonic behavioral pattern while you are witnessing what are the demon-possessed. Again, the surveillance cameras are methods of documentation that belong to the targeted entity. That documentation belongs to me. Okay. And I documented everywhere that I was at, every area inside of the jail that I was at, including on the surveillance cameras at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where federal group stalking and monitoring, that is a satanic targeting system, remained underway. The demon possessed engaging stalking in the path in traffic. I documented this. And this is the significance of what is the people of the state documented while they are engaged in what is kidnapping by an entity, while both at the state facilitating venues of GLEN HELEN Rehabilitation Center, at state facilitating venue West Valley Detention Center, at state facilitating venue Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, and while in transit, while being transported to and from the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, subject to an entirely fictitious prosecution, the people of the state, the demon-possessed, both in their own vehicle, as I document a particular license plate, and identified by the companies who are engaged in state surveillance. The same exact pattern of conduct remained underway. I remained subject to it. This entirely demented system underway while I was kidnapped by the entity. Ready? And so you have what is, again, the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, which remains ceaselessly underway. And this is the documentation of the people of the state of California that are engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring upon kidnapping by that entity at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center. And again, this is the case that is MWV 2000640. This is a case where, again, as I stated, I was subject to multiple kidnappings. So this kidnapping is referencing those who are documented engaging in what is kidnapping and facilitation, any method of facilitation of the people of the state, and that are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct while I remain subject to an ongoing kidnapping. All right. And this is starting from January 13, 2020 up until August 16, 2021. So understand that. And this is what is also revealed as it is published on my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. At State Facilitating Venue, Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, Aramark Corporation, engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring while I remain kidnapped inside of that venue, the same exact demonic activity while they are engaging in what is the provision as a vendor providing commissary to the inmates on behalf of and in concert with the deputies. They are engaging in the same demonic behavioral pattern while they do so. They are in that same demonic environment. This is directed light. This is the demon possessed, identified as a company name inside of that state facilitating venue, which is Aramark Corporation, where they were engaging in this ongoing facilitation and engagement and kidnapping by that entity that is actively engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, which I also documented on the surveillance cameras while Aramark Corporation engaged in that pattern of conduct. And this is revealing, again, the pattern of conduct. Let's take a step back and big picture again. Big picture is federal group stalking and monitoring is revealing the reality of what is a demon-possessed population, a demon-possessed people. This demon possession is relevant to what is the criminal activity. This is surveillance. The demon-possessed, the government itself, is engaging in what is criminal surveillance. It is criminal. It's in violation of laws that are on the books in the United States of America. Okay, it's criminal in this country, and it is entirely criminal. It is an egregious level of criminal conduct by the government that is doing and facilitating it with the people of the state. Let me be clear. This kidnapping provided what was the ability to document the same exact pattern of conduct, engaging in this criminal activity with the people of the state, doing it inside of what is the state facilitating venues of the jails. This is documentation of the sheriff. This is documentation of the court. This is documentation of the police. Okay? It is the same exact demonic targeting system, and I am subject to it while the entity is seeking to obstruct justice by repeatedly kidnapping me. This is what Aramark Corporation is engaging in. On February 18, 2020, the San Bernardino County behavioral health employees Alyssa Sims and Cecilia George, who arrive for an unsolicited visit while misrepresenting what is a non-existent relationship in reality between myself and the county, but understand the facilitation underway while they are misrepresenting the fact that that there is no relationship, but you have what is placed on paper, which is a matter of record, which is also documented, captured on surveillance camera while this false portrayal is created, which is facilitating the court's criminal objective to kidnap inside of a mental ward. All right. And exercising fictitious authority that is under Penal Code Section 1370 and under California Rules of Court, Rule 4. The entity engaging in what is facilitation whilst the Department of Behavioral Health employees Alyssa Sims and Cecilia George on February 21st, 2020 are present and engage in what is an unsolicited visit. All right. And doing so while they're literally harassing, they care not, while they're on surveillance cameras appearing outwardly like they are my caseworker. They are not. I have never been a client of San Bernardino County. Okay. And there is no client caseworker relationship, but you have this false and malicious representation, which is on paper. And for my purposes, a matter of documentation. That is no small thing. It is serving and facilitating kidnapping by an entity. And they are also present engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, which is also documented on surveillance cameras while they are in relevant position. February 18th. And this is referencing the February 18, 2020 kidnapping. Tracy Banks is documented, and she is engaging in what federal group stalking and monitoring at the Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center. And this is not on the date of February 18th. This is referencing this kidnapping that occurred from February 18, 2020 up until April 22nd, 2020. Tracy Banks engages at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, engages in a pattern of conduct, engages in what is harassment. Literally, that's what she's doing. This is not a loving mother that's there to lend any support, never calls one attorney. All right, she knows that I did not receive a trial. This is a criminal. This is a demon-possessed actor who is acting on behalf of the entity, engaging in the P.O.C. while the entity is engaged in an ongoing kidnapping. This is Tracy Banks. Charles Kelly, present pursuant at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, engaging in the pattern of conduct during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping. A documentation of what are specific names of the people of the state who are engaging in this demonic system where surveillance remains underway inside of the Sheriff's Department's facilities. During the February 18th, 2020 kidnapping, I documented the people of the state. Ashley Nixon, who is engaged in this sexually violent and a terroristic form of kidnapping and federal group stalking and monitoring, which remains underway. Ashley Nixon is one third party whose name I specifically was capable of documenting. And she is in what is, while engaged in kidnapping. Understand, Ashley Nixon is not analyzed under what is another inmate subject to what is a confinement by the sheriff. Ashley Nixon is a third party acting as an entity, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, and thereby engaged in kidnapping by an entity. This is the reality of the pattern of conduct that's underway. Ashley Nixon is the name of a third party who was also on surveillance cameras during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping. And I remain at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center up until March 6th, 2020. And so it is during this time frame up until March 6th, 2020, where I am subject to kidnapping. And Ashley Nixon is actively present, engaging in dormitory number 1, women's dormitory number 1. That's where I was at in bed 43. Ashley Nixon is inside of dorm 1 as well. And this is just a name that I was specifically able to document, engaging in demonic conduct, engaging in what is, this is demonic activity. Federal group stalking and monitoring is demonic activity, and it is serving what is a criminal system of surveillance in California, which is in the United States, in violation of Title 18. And so that same exact demonic criminal activity is underway at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, and this is documentation of what is Ashley Nixon in Dorm 1. Again, Serena Oguma, documentation of her during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping that I was subject to. She is again in the women's dormitory number 1. She is stalking in relevant position, maintaining presence at bed 49. Shannon Avery, engaging in kidnapping during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping in the women's dormitory 1. The same one as me, and she is stalking in the path, maintaining presence on behalf of the entity engaged in kidnapping underneath me at bed 42, which she frequently used as a means of what is harassment, creation of sensational activity, while she resided on the bunk bed right underneath me. I was on bed 43 on the top bunk. She was bed 42 on the bottom bunk. All right, and with regard to West Valley Detention Center, Aramark Corporation, again, engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, and this is kidnapping by an entity, as Aramark Corporation is engaging in this criminal system while an ongoing kidnapping by entity is underway at West Valley Detention Center. This is February 18th, during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping, Lisa Kelly. This is the wife of Charles Kelly. Lisa Kelly arrives with Tracy Banks at West Valley Detention Center during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping. And you have what is February 18, 2020 during this kidnapping, documenting the people of the state acting via the criminal conduct. She's acting on behalf of an entity again. This is Stephanie Escada. This is the people of the state who are engaging in kidnapping as I share a cell with the entity that is kidnapping me. This is a Area 15E9. Stephanie Escada is a Latina female, a dark brunette, and a tattoo of wings on her back, documented engaging in assault and battery, engaging in what is the demonic behavioral pattern with the deputies, with the medical workers, engaging in criminal defamation by virtue of my placement inside of what is the mental ward, with those who are around me in the uniforms, assigning that defamatory classification of mental incompetency. While I am subject to kidnapping in this mental ward, the inmates themselves are engaging in the demonic behavioral pattern, stalking with audible activity, pacing around in directed light, which the entity was aiming inside of the areas, aiming inside of my cell and also inside of the areas. While they are on surveillance cameras, you're looking at what are the demonic entity pacing around. All right. In the same way where I am outside of kidnapping and I'm documenting the entity pacing around under the fake sun, under indirected light, via helicopter, pacing around, and what is on foot inside of any venue where, again, I'm documenting the entity in directed light. This is demonic pacing. This is exactly what the entity is doing via the inmates who represent the people of the state, where this demonic environment, i.e. this impossible environment, directed light is being aimed inside of the area. Directed light is being aimed inside of my cell. Audible activity is being amplified inside of the cell. And inmates are engaging in this ongoing criminal endeavor while surveillance is underway, the ongoing elements of monitoring. All right. And so Stephanie Esqueda is present, and she is documented engaging in kidnapping during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping in Area 15E9. Belinda Carlos Jones, also known as Candy, spelled Quandy. Her booking number 2002341729. This third party, an African-American female, I believe she is in her 50s. She is she is approximately maybe 5'2", okay? And she is an African-American female, older woman engaging in demonic, sexually violent monitoring conduct and facilitation of that, while engaging in documented acts of assault and battery, sexual assault, sexual harassment, which again, the entity engaging in this conduct while engaging in kidnapping, it is documented, again, not only through what is my identification of those actors as I am reciting their names and the locations. This is documented with another means of documentation which I used and relied on heavily, and which is also published, the grievances, electronically submitted grievances, and the numbers of those grievances. And if I was able to also tabulate the dates that I submitted those grievances, even including submitting what is the sexual violence as I was subject to it. And let me be clear, federal group stalking and monitoring is a sex offense subject to what is predatory and sexually violent criminal conduct. Achieving what is surveillance that you remain subject to, it's in violation of Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA, while I am subject to a kidnapping. And this is how all of these federal laws are intersecting. Let me be clear, Belinda Carlos Jones engaging in what is violation of PREA while I'm kidnapped, and it is documented not only by virtue of my reciting her on my podcast, but I also documented this through submission of grievances, which again, the entity is acting through third parties. They're not addressing that. You're talking about what is blatant disregard of what is the law while they're engaged in criminal conduct. You're kidnapping and you're acting in concert with the people of the state who are literally the inmates. All of them together are demon possessed. This is the medical workers, this is the deputies, this is the inmates. This demonic system underway. And you have what is the complete disregard of those PREA submissions, where she is indeed engaged in, on camera, all right, indecent exposure, showing her genitalia while she is creating audible activity by harassment. Her harassment is her form. She's yelling and hollering at the top of her lungs, engaging in sexual violence, all right? This is the demon that just engages in showing her genitalia while she's engaging in the P.O.C. And she's doing so also on surveillance cameras. This clear provision of evidence upon my reporting it through the PREA, through the electronic grievances, is that which was disregarded by the Sheriff's Department, who is engaging in kidnapping and has no intention whatsoever of prosecuting third parties who are monitoring with them together, okay? But this is, again, the reporting what is a blatant violation, even upon one being ignorant of the pattern of conduct as it's underway. Federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, but even aside from that, you have what is clear violation of PREA. All right, Prison Rape Elimination Act. You're talking about what is indecent exposure. You're talking about sexual harassment, sexual assault, which Belinda Carlos Jones engaged in, and I reported it, and it was completely disregarded. The entity used it as an additional means to engage in more criminal defamation, as though I am imagining it. And this is clearly captured on surveillance cameras, and completely not only disregarding it, but stating things such as, are you taking psychotropic medication when I'm reporting sexual violence by an inmate? All right. And so these are just some of the acts that the entity engaged in, and it's in violation of Title 15. It's in violation of PREA, not only the sexual violence, but the federal group stalking and monitoring in violation of those aforesaid federal sections of the law. Okay, so Crystal Price, she is an overweight white female. She's a third party. She's engaged in kidnapping and federal group stalking and monitoring during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping, and she is documented in areas, sharing a cell with me in Area 15D3 and Area 15D6. During the September 25th, 2020 kidnapping, American Medical Response, engaging in kidnapping, arriving on surveillance cameras inside of the units where I'm at in order to engage in what is presence and
monitoring conduct with the sheriffs and with the people of the state. And these are demons that are monitoring together. And so going into a cell to pull out a third party, this is the reality of what these demons are doing, to pull out a third party, place them on a gurney while they are in directed light. They are under the fake sun that's over the venue. They are monitoring with communication devices and creating activity while doing so. This is the sort of conduct that American Medical Response engaged in. It is also facilitation, while the people of the state that are the inmates that are monitoring with the state acting directly via actors such as American Medical Response, who went to West Valley Detention Center and engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. This is American Medical Response documented as engaging in what is kidnapping by an entity. During the September 25th, 2020 kidnapping, Brittany Gonzalez engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, kidnapping by an entity as she was an inmate, a third party, a demon-possessed actor, engaging in the pattern of conduct in concert with the entity while kidnapping was underway during the September 25th, 2020 kidnapping. Her booking number is 15E6. And excuse me, that is the cell number that we shared. We shared a cell inside of area 15E6. So that is area 15, 15E, and that is cell 6. All right, and so her booking number, Brittany Gonzalez documented her booking number was 2009-340-667. During the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department crime scene investigation arrived and engaged in what is demonic activity. Federal group stalking and monitoring remains underway. They are engaging in demonic activity, and so you have what is my use of the surveillance cameras while the entity was flashing impossible light activity. This is directed light that's occurring inside of the cell that I'm in area 9C. And you have what is a photographer. So a photographer is present. You have what is the pattern of conduct, the entity engaging, oh, there's some event that happened overnight, someone died, and crime scene investigation is there the next morning, holding a large camera, a flashing camera. And I want to be clear, she's on the first floor holding this camera, aiming it into the cell, which is on the opposite side of the staircase. This is impossible light. It is pursuant to the same demonic behavioral pattern, but what is the form? This directed light is appearing on the walls inside of my cell that is on the second floor on the opposite side of a staircase inside of 9C. And while you have what is this light appearing in my cell, this is not flashing of light that's going to occur by one holding, nonetheless, a camera. But you are aiming it, supposedly taking pictures of something specific. Flashing light is not going to occur inside and through the entirety of the area of 9C, and also not inside of the depths of my cell on the second floor. And this light was so vibrant, so rich. While my eyes were closed, I saw the flashing of the light. Right, this is how rich and vibrant it was. This is entirely demonic. This is the act of terrorism that the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department crime scene investigation engaged in doing so on surveillance cameras. And again, this is the demon-possessed entity using what are its position and thinking that it is I'm not even going to speak to what the entity is thinking. I'll disregard that. Engaging in conduct such that it is above suspicion because it is wearing a badge identifying themselves as the Sheriff's Department. The same exact pattern of conduct is underway, and what is an irrefutable act of kidnapping by an entity while they are in relevant position. And while they are in relevant position holding a camera, that is how you are understanding what is the form, which is, there is no form for prosecution, but this is a demon engaging in holding a camera, and this is supposed to be the ordinary explanation for what is directed light inside of the depths of my cell. Right, also used as a means of what is directed light with simultaneity to what it is that I'm doing inside of the cell. This is a demon that is stalking with light activity. All right, it's the witnessing of demonic activity, and this is underway by the Sheriff's Department, the crime scene investigation during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping inside of Area 9C. Like I said, you can engage in investigating an alleged death, stating that somebody died. You can deliver a baby. You can do all of that under the fake sun and indirect light while you're engaged in kidnapping. It is the P.O.C., period. And that's exactly what the crime scene investigation engaged in on surveillance camera, which I used as a method, as a means of documenting this terrorism that I was subject to while surveillance is underway. It's light activity while that directed, which is demonic, while that directed light is appearing inside of my cell. All right. American Medical Response also present with crime scene investigation, again, engaging in kidnapping, present monitoring and engaging in the pattern of conduct while directed light is occurring inside of my cell.
and pulling out a gurney, pulling out a dead body, whatever they are claiming. This is the same entity that's engaging in what are fictitious prosecutions, whether somebody actually died or did not die. It needs to be understood. It does not change what is the ongoing pattern of conduct by those who are demon possessed, and the demon possessed engaging in what is an entirely malicious pattern of conduct that does not stop under any circumstances, which also, by the way, the entity that is monitoring maintains control of. All right. So anyway, Amy Thompson engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping inside of booking cell area 9C. Jeanette Tucker, June 18, 2021 kidnapping. It was actually on this day of June 18, 2021, where I remained inside of the booking cell with them, and this is how I was able to document their names. Going from the booking cell, Amy Thompson and Jeanette Tucker into what is area 9C, where we were transported together on June 18, 2021. And this is on surveillance cameras as well. On June 18, 2021, which is the date of the kidnapping, where I remained inside the booking cell, documenting the name of a female, the last name is Maldonado, and we are on surveillance cameras together inside of the booking cell. And again, she too, in the same group that I am in, taken to Area 9C, which is also on surveillance cameras on the date of kidnapping, documented engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring while I'm subject to an ongoing kidnapping. Elizabeth Candy Calvillo. This is the cell that I am brought to, and she is sharing the cell with me on the date of my kidnapping, June 18, 2021. And she is in the cell as I am taken to it at Area 9C, Cell 13. So this is the total, it's called Area 9C13 at West Valley Detention Center. Elizabeth Candy Calvillo, and her booking number is 210-630-0620. Engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, loitering in relevant position, stalking in the path by being in a cell with me, all right? And this is a demon that is engaging in this while I'm subject to the pattern of conduct while kidnapped, all right? It is June 18, 2021, when I document, during this kidnapping, that is, Iris Pineda. Iris Pineda engaged in P.O.C. as I documented inside of Area 9C, inside of Area 9D5, and inside of Area 3F. All right. During the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, documenting what is Latia dates, and on surveillance cameras where we shared a cell together inside of the mental ward where I'm subject to criminal defamation and the pattern of conduct remains underway. And this is inside of Area 3F4. Let's see, during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, documenting what is Cassandra Hall, a Caucasian female, inside of Area 3F1. All right, and so this is Area 3F, and she's in Cell 1, essentially. Cassandra Hall is a Caucasian female, again, and she is a demon-possessed actor engaging in presence on behalf of an entity. These are demons that fill the cells, the people of the state, engaging in the pattern of conduct while in jail. The same demonic behavioral pattern underway. All right, and so this is Cassandra Hall. Sandra Wilson, engaging in the pattern of conduct documented during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, and this is in Area 3F4. She was moved into the cell with me. She was originally on the second floor above me in Area 3F, and then she was moved into 3F4 with me. Sandra Wilson, this is an African-American female, and she's an older woman. At the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, during the February 18, 2020 kidnapping and June 18, 2021 kidnapping, Tracy Banks is engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring at that courthouse. And she is engaging in the kidnapping on February 18th by Lisa Rogan. She is present as a third party, monitoring, engaging, and participating in that act of kidnapping. And she is participating in a fictitious prosecution during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping. During the June 18, 2021 kidnapping on August 5th, 2021, where I'm subject to a fictitious prosecution before Corey Lee, a judge, you have what is Sarah Garcia, who's a court clerk. Sarah Garcia is a court clerk in the courtroom where I am subject to what is criminal defamation. And this is literally the pattern of conduct that's underway at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Everything that is said in the courtroom is audible activity. While these demons that are Juan Garcia of the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, Lily Brantley of the San Bernardino County Public Defender's Office, and Corey Lee, a state actor, a judge, and of the same condition. This is a demon. This is with regard to what is the pattern of conduct that remains underway, and And this demon possession is in no way a respecter of her use of her identity and her status as a judge. She's a criminal, and understand that this criminal is also demon possessed. And the audible activity that is used to criminally defame me is accomplishing monitoring with communication devices, by the way. And you have what is literally the abuse of Penal Code 1370, while these demons are stalking in the path in the courtroom, speaking about the merits of Section 1370 and the necessity of 1368 and the duration of time that I may be maintained under in confinement until mental competency is reached, until I reach the status of being capable, in other words, to understand the significance of legal proceedings brought against me. All right, this is defamation by a government that's engaging in kidnapping. This is criminal defamation. This is not the ordinary defamation that's causing some pecuniary harm as it is published to any other person. This is what is defamation serving a criminal purpose by a government. It is facilitation of kidnapping by an entity. This is what is a defamation that is entirely criminal with regard to a government's engagement in obstruction of justice. Criminal defamation is necessary as a matter of recognition under federal law. This defamation is instrumental with regard to the abuse of Penal Code 1370, California Rules of Court, Rule 4, Penal Code Section 1368, where the entity is literally engaging in, first of all, what is fictitious authority under the law. The entity is a criminal engaging in what is an act of kidnapping, trying to obstruct justice while federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. Literally, their audible activity is defamatory and facilitating monitoring that is underway as I remain in this court subject to a fictitious prosecution before both state actors, Lily Brantley, who is not representing my interests. She's engaged in the P.O.C. She is engaged in what is criminal incompetence. She is doing so, which is a means of facilitating the act of kidnapping by the entity, and doing so with Juan Garcia of this district attorney's office and Corey G. Lee, a judge engaging in a fictitious prosecution who continues kidnapping on the defamatory basis, moreover, based on the criminal and defamatory, literally unsupported, all right? It's criminal defamation while Jose Munoz, a alleged PhD, makes entirely unsupported statements and assertions as to my mental competency upon having never met me and having no material whatsoever to substantiate what are assertions of having a psychotic disorder, having and doing so upon what is referencing a short, and I put that in air quotes, a short conversation with a state actor that is a sheriff's department deputy who is engaged in kidnapping. All right. And you have what is a letter that is written to the court, which Corey Lee necessarily requires while they are abusing Penal Code Section 1370 in order to kidnap under the guise of what is suspending a trial until a defendant can understand the legal proceedings brought against them. All right, while this entity is exercising fictitious authority under the law, engaging in what is criminal conduct as federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, you have what is the necessity of such a medical professional, and I put that in air quotes. This is a criminal, Jose Munoz, who is providing what is a facilitating instrument, a letter that is filled with lies, malicious misrepresentations of, and doing so while literally manufacturing information. You're talking about making up information that I have a history of suicidal ideation. That has never been the case. Never, ever, ever. Literally making it up, putting it into paper. Understand a court that is operating under the presumption of legitimacy relies on that and says that it is so by virtue of their identity as the court. So the court is using what are medical workers who are making malicious claims in order to help the court with regard to kidnapping, because that's what it is, kidnapping into a mental ward. Okay. And so this is what is the purpose of the criminal defamation, which is facilitation of kidnapping, as the document is published on my website, and literally the manufacturing of information. This is how an entity, this is the cooperative criminal conduct of an entity that's engaging in kidnapping and seeking to kidnap indefinitely inside of a mental ward while federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. Understand these are the demon possessed. This is the malicious acts of the demon possessed who are engaging in what is a state surveillance system and seeking to obstruct the revealing of that, seeking to conceal conceal it and suppress that and oppress one like myself who is documenting it, trying to clothe me as one who is mentally incompetent, placing me around medical workers who have no relationship with me, who have no legal consent, who have no basis of any communication whatsoever, who are not even acknowledged by me, does not make one mentally incompetent, contrary to what the entity engaged in. Trying to clothe me as one who is mentally incompetent, trying to surround me with medical workers as though I'm mentally incompetent, creating what are medical prescriptions that I do not have never been prescribed. I have no history of ever being anywhere near any sort of the medication that they created in my name. That's called prescription fraud, by the way. This is trying to cloak one as you are mentally incompetent when it does not in fact exist. This is referred to as criminal defamation. This is facilitation of kidnapping by an entity. And this is what the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is relying upon, the false assertions of Jose Munoz, the criminal defamation, which then Lily Brantley and Juan Garcia, who are monitoring and facilitating monitoring, are then in a courtroom, which is nothing other than a venue, a state facilitating venue, and engaging in what is the legal arguments over the merits of the 1368 and Section 1370 and the document of Jose Munoz, which is an absolute fabrication. Okay, so Sarah Garcia is in the court on this day, which is August 5th, 2021. Sarah Garcia is in relevant position, and Sarah Garcia, as is Tracy Banks, and Sarah Garcia is documented as what is a state actor, and inside of that venue where a federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, and she is included, as I noted this court clerk's name, inside of that courtroom. So with regard to, this is the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, and that is the court clerk, and that is all relevant to what was exchanged in that courtroom while the pattern of conduct was underway. American Medical Response documented also engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. So while I am subject to kidnapping, I'm being held by chains and I'm handcuffed inside of the holding cells that are assigned to those suffering from mental incompetency. All right. You have what is the arrival of American Medical Response, again, arriving to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring with the demons that are the people of the state, the very inmates themselves. And what does this take the form as? On surveillance cameras, you'll see American Medical Response arriving, pulling out a gurney, pulling out what is equipment seeking to aid in the medical response for some third party who is a demon monitoring me. They're demons that are monitoring together. All right, an American Medical Response arriving at Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. They are engaged in the P.O.C, a federal group stalking and monitoring, while a kidnapping is underway at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which is the state facilitating venue, regardless of what is the outward form for their presence at that venue in relevant position, while federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. Okay. And so with regard to, those are the state facilitating venues, GLEN, HELEN Rehabilitation Center, West Valley Detention Center, and the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. With regard to the entity engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is surveillance that I'm subject to. It's terrorism, while the demon-possessed are engaged in surveillance. And I documented the people of the state engaging in this ongoing stalking conduct while the entity is surrounding with that ongoing impossible, i.e. demonic environment. This is the fake sun over the vehicle as I'm being transported to and from West Valley. This is directed light molesting all over my person, like lasers onto the buses of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. And while even in the vans, the entity keeping the fake sun over the vehicle, as I have shown day in and day out through the wealth of my documentation, this same exact conduct underway while the entity is kidnapping. And yes, I did document the people of the state and those engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. This is a documentation of the people of the state of California engaging in what is kidnapping by entity while the criminal system of what is surveillance and terrorism was underway, ceaselessly underway. All right. And so this is noted as state and third party actors engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, which was during the course of an ongoing kidnapping by entity. And I did document the United States Postal Service, Burtech Waste Industries Incorporated, stalking in the path using their vehicles for light activity, facilitation, monitoring in concert with the Sheriff's Department while an ongoing kidnapping is underway. Omnitrans, engaging in what is stalking in the path. It was specifically Route 66, and this is during the June 18th, 2021 kidnapping. Route 66, which is headed on Etowanda Avenue, first of all, on the path, in a path where Route 66 does not run. Omnitrans is, I witnessed Omnitrans while I'm kidnapped by the entity on the bus of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, headed to the court. So this is early in the morning. And while the bus that I am on is driving what is north on Etiwanda Avenue, I see in relevant position Omnitrans, Route 66 specifically, driving south on Etiwanda Avenue, which is called relevant positioning. Omnitrans then turns to drive west onto Arrow from Etiwanda, which is crossing path, and doing so via the bus route 66, which does not run on that street at all at any time of day. Like I said, this is just ongoing context. The entity that is monitoring can assert anything that we had some sort of malfunction with the bus, and so we had to take a detour. It is relevant. You're talking about an ongoing pattern of conduct that remains underway, and Omnitrans that is heavily documented while I am outside of being kidnapped by the entity. You are understanding what is specific knowledge as to who I am. This is deduced not only from the environment, but the directed light conduct, speaking to what is demon possession. This is terrorism. This is sexual violence. This same company being operated by what are the same demonic entity. This is a demon driving a bus of Omnitrans, stalking in the path, monitoring with the Sheriff's Department while an ongoing kidnapping is underway, while, by the way, the fake sun is remaining over the bus while it is driving north up Etiwanda Avenue from the venue of West Valley Detention Center to the venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, while I am also being molested with directed light on side of the bus, which is absolutely impossible light activity. The bus in particular that I'm on does not have any windows. It's metal mesh at the top of the bus, and it is not provided to see. You can't see sky or anything. The state is aiming what is impossible light activity, like lasers at a downward trajectory, moving it all inside. It literally looks like a laser light show, but it's orange colored light because this is supposed to be under the guise of what's sunlight. This is absolutely impossible sunlight. It's entirely demonic. This is terrorism and sexual violence while Omnitrans is stalking in the path. This is Omnitrans engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring during the course of an ongoing kidnapping. And this is during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping. San Bernardino County, again, in relevant position on the roads and the highways while being transported to and from the state facilitating venue of West Valley Detention Center. FedEx, Target, third-party group stalker. This is, again, Target, not the store, not the venue. Target is documented while a third party is carrying a trailer that bears that logo on it. This is a way in which you are able to document the entity that is acting maliciously. Okay, you are able to recognize that logo. This is operated by what is one who is operating a vehicle and using this vehicle as a means to engage in what is interstate stalking. These large trucks engage in what is crossing state lines with the intent to place another under surveillance. I'm referencing what is Title 18, Section 2261A, Subsections 1 and 2, you are talking about what is a state system. The people of the state cross state lines with this criminal intention, all right? And you are also referencing and understanding what is the malice that the people of the state embody while they are monitoring on behalf of a government using such company names. And so this vehicle is being driven by a demon-possessed third party who is driving a large truck with the Target logo on it. That is documentation of what is Target. The American citizen that is subject to federal group stalking and monitoring is able to document the malicious entity that is acting through the people of the state on a massive scale where you are surrounded by the entity and using even commercial vehicles. You will identify such companies and who are maintaining presence in this regard. All right, the government is monitoring through such commercial actors, driving and operating vehicles, engaging in conduct on behalf of such commercial actors. And by the way, such venues are also facilitating venues where you're subject to that same surveillance. It is not in any way some unfair treatment outside of the bounds of the ability to, no, this is the ability to in every way document the government that is present through the very people of the state who are using every feasible method of maintenance of presence, which is terrorism, by what are a demon-possessed entity vicariously present on behalf of that public entity, where you are subject to what is monitoring with communication devices, surveillance. And Target is documented during the June 18, 2021 kidnapping on the roads and the highways while the light source that is not the actual sun, not possibly the sun, as I have shown in the wealth of my documentation, remaining directly over the vehicle, being molested with what is directed light, and you have what is the identification and the knowledge of the condition of this one driving a vehicle, identifying the Target brand. And this is documentation that is attributed to that company. Brinks Security, the same. They are literally driving on the property of West Valley Detention Center in relevant position while they are under what is the fake sun and crossing the path, doing so while I am subject to kidnapping during the course of an ongoing kidnapping. And again, these companies, such as Clean Street, again, documented engaging in what is crossing a path, relevant positioning, in other words, while this ongoing kidnapping is underway in the custody, the illegal custody of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, the company Airgas and the company J.B. Hunt Intermodal, American Medical Response, and the Rancho Cucamonga Police. The Rancho Cucamonga Police is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, by the way. The Rancho Cucamonga Police have an office in Rancho Cucamonga and, a station in Rancho Cucamonga, and this is by contract. This is the Sheriff's Department engaging in the pattern of conduct while I am in transit and subject to kidnapping by the Sheriff's Department. And again, these commercial actors are those same ones documented and stalking in the path while I am outside of custody of kidnapping by this entity, while I am documenting the pattern of conduct that I remain subject to, and that was underway while I was kidnapped. It remains underway while I'm not kidnapped, okay? And this pattern of conduct, as you have seen the big picture of my documentation showing what is stalking in the path with directed light, this is exactly what FedEx, what Omnitrans, what Clean Street, what these companies such as Brinks, I've documented them on the streets while I'm outside of kidnapping, and they were engaged in the same exact surveillance and terrorism while I was kidnapped by this entity. All right. And that is what is also so probative and helpful with regard to my documentation that exists outside of the kidnapping act, outside of the act of kidnapping by this entity, because you are understanding what is indeed the criminal conduct of FedEx while they are stalking in the path while an ongoing kidnapping is underway. This entity engaging in what is specific presence, intentional presence, while an entirely impossible, this is what is a demonic environment, is centered around me. And this is exactly what is underway while the entity was engaging in an ongoing kidnapping. All right. And so documenting the people of the state of California who are engaging in what is a satanic targeting system while surveillance is underway, monitoring a violation of Title 18. This is the people of the state of California acting as an entity, by the way. Okay. Understand, if I would have only documented one license plate, that is documentation of the people of the state who are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring during the course of an ongoing kidnapping by entity. The people of the state are to be prosecuted for what is kidnapping while they are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And I documented well more than one license plate. All right, July 2nd, 2021, license 7ZZH065. July 2nd, 2021, license 74026N2. The same date, July 2nd, 2021, license plate 6XDR245. And documenting on July 2nd, 2021, San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, the license plate 1409624. All right, documenting the license plate of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. This is license 1370399. License plate 8EVX413. License 8LOX843. License 7EYZ994. License 7JHA917, or alternatively, because I probably could not see the whole, or what I noted, alternatively, it is ZJHA917. So that is either a 7 or a Z starting that license plate. All right, license plate 7WEH897. License 7NCN171. License 8UUD324. License 7LYT625. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department license plate 1340282. License BVE3482. License 15585C3. License 8PXW793. 7XXM013. 67800M2. 8BGM514, license 5ACX079, 8UEP616, 8290S1, 8PRK712, 8EJR573, 8UT3337, 8SEM540, 8CUY530, 8VBW786, 8AYC 464, 6PHE 203, 3TIW 509, KOBEOUT, BH 34776, 8JUK 967, 64272M2, 6ERD 623, BVHL 721, 8VJY 243, 5WUW 168, 8LNH 098, 7GM4 653, 1276X12, 5KHR 511, BKBA 219, 6UGR 759, 6ROG 970, 8BHH 463, 18579E2, 7WL 5619, 7MBE 135, MAINFAN, 8VBP 574, 5LYV 542, 6POL 892, 7476RNS, 559E9M2. This is San Bernardino Sheriff's Department license plate 1445632 and San Bernardino Sheriff's Department license plate 1387001. License 6GER 606, 7NWW 852, 7KYS 926. Again, that's license 7KYS 926, license 7MML 068, 7LVX 441, license 47778C2, San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, license plate 991163, license 90S1Y, which is a handicap license plate, 6LNG540, license 6TAB278, 043LMK, 6JGW171, 7XHV170, 7ZQM530, 8DQF431, 8WSG033, 67BH760, 79512R2, 8LIK551, 11748S. All right, and this is the documentation of the entity acting via the people of the state, who I documented while I'm kidnapped inside of the facilities of the Sheriff's Department, while I'm kidnapped, while on any means of transportation by the Sheriff's Department, while I am kidnapped in transit, and while I am remaining subject to any sort of maintenance of the pattern of conduct as I remain subject to an ongoing kidnapping. This was my tabulation, my ongoing literal catalog of documentation as I maintained it from the original date of kidnapping, January 13, 2020, up until August 16, 2021. And this is when the full circle of that documentation, of that pattern of conduct, you're talking about an entity that is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, an entirely satanic targeting system that is underway in the state of California by a government, doing it in concert with the people. And then this entity engaged in routine acts of kidnapping me. And then while kidnapping me, continued to engage in this ongoing pattern of conduct. All I did was document it while I remained subject to it, subject to an ongoing kidnapping. And that is serving for the prosecution of a people and a government, a public entity that is engaging in such unfathomable and egregious criminal conduct together as one, a demonic entity and a public entity. All right. This is the P.O.C. Again, my documentation is published on my website in its totality, where you can see this documentation and what are literally admission after admission with regard to kidnapping pursuant to non-existent warrants, kidnapping pursuant to what is a non-existent case, kidnapping pursuant to what is a criminal objective to defame and kidnap inside of a mental ward, and that facilitating conduct by state actors as they are documented inside of a state facilitating venue such as a mental ward or a state hospital. And you have what is the entity engaging in what is provision of nothing other than records in order to seek to establish, that is artificially engineer, what is the groundwork trying to create a foundation whereby a court will defame one and kidnap you inside of a mental ward. That's exactly what was the pattern of conduct as I documented it pursuant to the criminal act of the government, which is named the People of the State of California versus Erica Lorraine Spencer. Again, that is case number MWV 2000640.